Hello and welcome. This is Grant Hughes of Grant Hughes Investigates on YouTube. This channel evaluates all aspects of true crime. As you are aware, videos and live streams in this genre often discuss elements of crime that may be disturbing to some viewers. If necessary, take the precautions needed to avoid these feelings. Factual information related to cases is the key to fostering rational true crime discussions. Fortunately, you will find that here. Please hit the like button only once, share the video, and subscribe if you like my content. Thank you very much for watching. What's going on, freaks? I guess there you can see the dogs way over there in the corner. Got my red USA shirt on, United States shirt, whatever the hell it is. Yeah, well, there's the dogs over there. They're in the background. Right there, see? One of them sitting over here, one's right there. It's hard to put a camera near them because they'd probably just pee on it or something. But they have a little food dish there, and there you go. All right. Well, I hope you guys watched the video today. A lot of crazy comments in there. You know what, you guys? You know what the truth is? That there are crazier people in this case than there was in the Delphi case. Like way more. Okay, like 100 times more people. Hey, thanks only Chevys, and yes, you too can help support the channel tonight with the coffees or the super chats or buying channel memberships for other people, etc. If you like what I do over here. Yeah, it was wild. Somebody sent me a super thanks on the last video, and then these two women went in there and trashed me and go, Gray doesn't know what he's talking about, and Taylor said. I mean, these people don't even know anything about the case. They just listen to other YouTubers and what they said. And, I mean, when I do my show, I go over the probable cause document with everybody. I've gone over it probably 8 times now with everybody. And then I show the actual, court hearings and so forth when I catch them, and people see them. So nobody's tricking anybody. It's right there. Okay, this is one of those cases that's really simple and really obvious. It's not complex or hard to figure out or like it just doesn't make sense. You always get those comments all the time. People saying stuff like, "It just doesn't make sense. Love your work, Gray, but I just don't get it." Like, what don't you get? I've explained it so clearly so many times that it's almost startling at this point that there's people that are confused and still just kind of like, what's going on? What's going on? Oh, I don't know, man. Yeah, I don't know how to explain it any better. I cannot explain it any better. I've made so many videos on this case over the last 2 years. I haven't made any for a while. And unfortunately, when I left, it created a vacuum for rational thought. The entire Bryan Kohberger, Idaho 4 case has been taken over by the insane asylum. I mean, it's absolutely incredible. The people that are making videos on the case are just tricking the viewers and have done it so frequently that these people have almost like, one of those disorders out there. What is it called? Like, what's that one? The Helsinki syndrome or whatever the hell it is. It's strange. Everybody's like, oh, hearing the craziest things over and over and over and over again, that then they start sort of identifying with a killer. I mean, it's unreal, you guys. It's unreal. It's actually scary stuff. I have this back brace thing that I'm trying to use right now. Yeah, Stockholm Syndrome. There you go. Yeah, it's like, that's the one I was looking for. It just didn't pop into my head. I was close though, right? I think I was thinking of the movie Die Hard. Let's see. I know the chatters lack critical thinking skills. I don't know when you say chatters. I mean, there's a lot of people that chat that have. You guys are all chatters too, but. Or I don't know what that means. It's not just true crime or this case. The whole world has gone mad. They refuse to see truth. Yeah, maybe. Something like that. But before we even get to that, look at this crazy thing here. It sounds like this is like a legitimate story. I think it's so big that you almost have to just bring it up. Jack the Ripper's identity revealed after DNA match. And since we've been discussing DNA, how crazy is that, huh? Historian Russell Edwards says he has identified Jack the Ripper as Aaron Kosminski through a DNA match of a shawl found at the scene of one of his murders. Kosminski was a Polish immigrant who came to Whitechapel, England in 1881 alongside his brother. He became a barber once in the British capital. Edwards told the Today Show Australia that he came to purchase the shawl in 2007 after it was purported to be at the scene of the murder of Catherine Eddowes. Kosminski, who was age 23 at the time of the murders, has long been considered a suspect. He had schizophrenia and was in a mental asylum at the time of his death in 1919. Thanks to Kosminski's older brother, great-great-granddaughter, and revelation was made after they provided a DNA sample. So that's pretty crazy. So he was a suspect already, and then they find his DNA on the shawl, which proves that he held that thing or did something with it. He was infamous for slitting the throat of victims before removing the internal organs of at least 3 people. Some of the victims have been thought to be prostitutes, but there is little evidence to support this. According to the Daily Mail, Edwards has hired a legal team to help gain an inquest after he found a 100% DNA match. Descendants of both Eddowes and Kosminski have backed his move. Pretty crazy, you guys, right? I mean, that's after all those years, it just shows you how amazing, if it turns out to be true and legit, how amazing it is that we have IGG. Now, tonight's a different night, you guys. We're on night number 2, so if you guys can please help support the channel on this show. We're trying to get back to some normalcy. We're currently at $2, all right? So we need to get the ball rolling on this show so that we can, keep on trucking. At the end of the month, I'd like to be able to give something back to charities. We used to be able to give $5,000-$6,000 at the end of the month. This month has not turned out great. Yesterday was sort of a normal type day, so hopefully we can have another one similar to that. All right, let's just start off with this right here. Who are you talking to? No. Who are you talking about? You know they exist. Everybody, anytime I've seen that name, you act like a troll. Every single time. Yeah, every single time I see they exist. Yeah. So look at this comment that was made. I think it was underneath, what was this? Underneath yesterday's video or show from last night. It says, Bryan did not do this. Do you not understand what has been brought out in court over the last 2 years? My God, the only picture or video of his car is going away from Moscow. He's never went to Moscow that night. They took video and pics of a car looking like Bryan Kohberger's and put them together, and the timeline is off by 13 minutes. He could not have done this. He was never around their house. He's never been to their house nor stopped and watched their house. Oh, the DNA was transferred and on a movable object, unlike 3 male unknown blood at the crime scene. So now she's saying 3, right? You know, so it's 2, 3, not belonging to BK or Ethan. The state in Moscow PD lied and are still lying, and their case is falling apart big time. They don't have an eyewitness. It's all BS. And they obtain info on him by breaking the law and pretending to be him and uploading his DNA on sites that do not allow law enforcement to use for investigations. That's why they won't show their work. I mean, this person is freaking nuts. What do you mean it seems muffled? Hey, testing. Oh, I don't know. Is it not working right now? Am I even on right now? Hold on, let me go check. I go check my audio. Yeah, it looks like it's right there. Testing 1, 2, 3. Yeah, it's weird though over in here. I don't see it on. Let me... Testing. Hello. I mean, does it sound normal or... I don't know. Audio. Yeah, I mean, I think I have it correctly set up. Yeah, testing. Yeah, it's right there. Alright, we're still at $2, you guys, so if you could help support the channel, that'd be awesome. Let's have another night like last night. Anyways, they said someone cleaned a bloody shoe print in Dylan's bedroom doorway. Someone cleaned a bloody shoe print. Where are you coming up with this stuff? In Dylan's bedroom doorway. Who did that and why? Nobody cleaned a footprint. Bryan had zero connection to anyone at that house. Yeah, that's definitely what normal killers do. You know, a serial killer-like person doesn't normally hang out with those people. Oh, God. Are we going to keep doing this? You sound muffled. I don't know what to tell you. Yeah, no, it looks fine to me. Yeah. Your sound is a bit odd. I don't. What are people talking about? All right, just fill it. You know, let me know. I don't know what you're saying. It's all I can tell you is everything looks normal on my end. Everything's set up correctly. Think about what? Okay. Yeah, well, I got like 4 people bitching and complaining about the audio, so I don't know what what to do about that. Yeah, that's what it feels like an intentional distraction. Let's see. What about the bloody glove and bloody handprint in the house? The bloody glove, you mean the one, a glove that was found outside that they said had blood on it? And bloody handprint in the house. Handprint? Where did that come from in the house? They aren't trying to find out who it belongs to. We put it into 3 different males, and you don't question why they don't find out? They go 2,500 miles to collect trash from Bryan's house to match up a grain of sand, something worth of transfer DNA, but don't care about blood at the crime scene? What the F is going wrong with you? And why is this okay with you? Whose pocket are you in, Gray? Must be a reason you ignore the facts of a case and push guilt to your viewers. Disgusting. disgusting. Does this sound familiar to you guys at all? How many cases have I covered where this is exactly what the lunatics say to me every single time? Has anybody ever wondered about that? I mean, Kanika Jenkins, Delphi, this one, Kylie Rodney, etc. And guess who's right on all of them? Me. Thank you very much. These people are idiots, every one of them. All right? It's just unbelievable. It's, scary stuff. Great, just because they have a different opinion doesn't make them an idiot. Yes, it does. Okay. In this case, it does. And it's the way they do it. Like right there, see how they trash me, and then when I say something back, you get the trolls go, "See how mean Gray is to his subs? Do I even give a damn that this person right here is subscribed at all, even if they did?" When they say, like I have my money, I'm getting money from the legal system over there, they're paying me off to say stuff, and you're pushing why would I care? Okay, can you just start timing out anybody who's bitching about the audio? Thanks. All right. Yeah, they get it from... Yeah, every single case I'm accused of being involved, because when I see the facts laid out there, I go, oh man, this makes sense. You can see there's no out here. Look it. And I see it that way. And, if you don't buy into the conspiracies, the thing is you got these channels out there that their whole focus is on making more and more videos off of... they're just going to keep making videos off of a false premise that they try to sell their viewers. There's this one guy that always says, "Oh, you beautiful bastard," and he's so ridiculous. When every single show, it's another video about, oh, it's Dylan Mortensen, it's this one and this one and that one, and it's not my job to go find the killer, but oh my God, look at every single day. And so I'm going to be the rational-minded person, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to debunk a lot of these people. I don't have to say their name. I'm going to say some rodeo clown out there said this, and it's up to you to figure out who the hell I'm talking about. But it's easily debunked stuff using no logic or common sense whatsoever. But you guys, we're still at 2, so if you're out there, can you please help support the channel tonight? I would appreciate it. I don't know what happened, what made tonight different than yesterday, but definitely need the support on a nightly basis in here so we can continue to do what we're doing. It allows me to keep doing the show. This channel's donated $230,000 since January of 2020, and I'd like to be able to keep funding at least our scholarship fund that we just awarded $6,000 to 3 students. So that would be great. Thank you. All right, so anyways, that's that garbage right there. And there was somebody in the comment section today, after all this time, was confused in my video about the layout in the house. Okay, so now I'm going to show it again. And if you just pay attention to it, it's real simple. It's actually a real simple situation here, right? So let's just go over to here really quick. I wonder if I should open this back up again. Well, it looks like it's trying to... It's not like it's such a big file that hasn't caught up yet, but I can see it down here. It's... Oh, there it is. Yeah, right there. And so that's the house, right? And the front door is right behind the back of that van. And this is Bethany Funk's room. This is the storage room that's also could have been a bedroom. This is Xana Kernodle's room right there. This is the living room window. That up in the upper left is the bathroom That is behind Madison Mogen's bedroom. This is the window at the top of this, like kind of, you could sort of see the stairway if you could see through it, but it's on the other wall. And then this window is from Kaylee Gonzalez's room. Thanks, you know they exist. Hey, you guys, we're at 3 now. And so there's that. And then let's go up here. And what you're looking at is the same thing, just like that, right? See that? All the windows are the same. Storage, Bethany Funk, living room, Xana Kernodle, bathroom, and then right up here you can actually, I think you can almost, let's see if I can do it. Yeah, I mean the stairs are just off to, they're off to the side over here. See right there you'd be coming up the stairs. And then this is Kaylee Gonzalez's room. Alright, so here we go. We're going to go inside the house. This is the front door right here. Okay? So just really visually just perceive what we're doing. It's not hard. The door opens up, and then on the right is that storage room that I just showed you a minute ago. There's a window to the right and behind us. And then right there is a bathroom and a utility room, and this is Bethany Funk's room. Right? She's right below the living room. All right, now I'm turning around, and to the right out there is the parking lot, and to the right's that front door right there, and these are the stairs. Now apparently they're saying, a lot of the Kohberger people are saying that there was blood found on a rail there with unknown blood. We don't know anything about that. Okay, we hear it from Kohbergers out there, and maybe she mentioned something like that in one of these hearings, so we're going to take a look at that again. So up the stairs here, and this is the living room, and when I say she, I mean Ann Taylor. Thanks, Michelle Perkins and Amber Maiden. So right here is the living room, and there's the couch. And then right when you get to the top of the stairs, if you go forward here, that's Xana Kernodle's room. And then there's the window that I just showed you right there, right? And then they were both, her and Ethan were found in that room. Then you go back out, and then this is sort of like part of the old house. And then right here it steps down one little step. And then right there on the left is Dylan Mortenson's room. She is right below Madison Mogen's bedroom. All right, and then you exit her room, and you can see the kitchen from her room. So when she was in this room, she could see Kohberger walk that direction and exit the sliding glass door. And then right here, up. Well, he went through a sliding glass door that he likely kept open, so he wouldn't have to touch anything. All right, so he goes up here. This is just a walkthrough anyways. But at the top of the stairs is Kaylee's room, and the window that you can see outside is right there, okay? Hey, Timothy Cecil. All right. Hold on, we got... You know they exist.
Please help support Grant Hughes and his insane videos that he makes on the computer.
I know. It's just wild. It's tough some nights. Michelle Perkins, and then we've got Timothy Cecil. Yeah, that's right. So right now we're in Kaylee's room, and there's the deck right there. And if you were going to look at the this model,
on Michelle's Ocean Wave,
let's go all the way to the start back here. See right? Let me just move a little bit further. Right there. See, that's the deck that goes outside of Madison Mogen's room, and then it goes all the way around, and then Kaylee's room is right over there, and it goes inside right there. And that's what you see right here. The deck actually continues on to the left there. So then when you go back out at her room, the stairs are there on the right that we just came up. That's a bathroom in front of us, and then right here on the right is Madison Mogen's bedroom, and there's the deck outside, and here is how they were described to be, that Kaylee was sort of in the corner sitting up and bent over, And then they said that the knife sheath was on the right-hand side of Madison Mogen. Hold on, I'm trying to get... There we go. Hey, thanks, Linda Howe. So the knife sheath would have been like right here on her right side, because they didn't say it was between the girls. That's what you would have said. It was on her right side, and she was sitting up there. So Madison must have been on her stomach on the inside, and the knife sheath was right there. Okay, then if you go down the stairs to the right is Dill Mortensen's room. There's the living room, and there's the little handrail of the stairs that go down, and there's that little step right there. See that? And if you take a left, you go right into the kitchen. Now, I didn't make the kitchen look exactly like their kitchen or anything. And then there's the sliding glass door that the killer would go through. Does that all make sense? Has everybody got it all figured out in their head? Yeah, I think he parked there. Somebody made a comment that they think he parked, and you know, I can't say it's impossible that he parked, you know, perhaps like right there, you know, right where that car is. Maybe here, and then maybe they... Okay, so what they're saying is... Let me go back here a little bit. So what if he parked right there? So you got to remember, this fence was not there. So you could have parked right there and then just stepped down a less bank even. So once you see that the light is... so let's say you're up here. I actually don't think that's too bad of an idea. So right here is... where he was probably would have been viewing to see if the lights were on, right? So then maybe once he said, okay, I'm ready to go, he then goes down here a little bit and parks right there. Then it goes down this really short bank, but then it just goes right around and goes in through the sliding glass door. And when he was done, he came busting out and then got back in the vehicle right here and then just zipped away. You know, it's possible. Although, you know, I think parking here would make your car stand out more. And possibly, you know, if security was driving around, they'd say like, hey, why is that car parked right there? Like, this car is just parked there momentarily. I don't know if it's even okay to park right there. But yeah, I mean, you could definitely park right here. It's wide enough, for sure. So, let's see, a question I have pondered. Yeah, also, if you have questions out there, throw them into super chats, and then we can discuss it. I'll do this one now. The question I have pondered is this: when he was seen, where was the blade? You know, somewhere on his body. You know, we don't know that answer. You know, I mean, that's you know, everybody can think about stuff like that, but we weren't there, and you know, he probably had it in a pocket, maybe. You know, I mean, the thing is, there's people that think that the knife sheath was left accidentally. But he would have been aware that he left the knife sheath as soon as he tried to put the knife away after the last victim. So why would he then go home and then at 9 in the morning drive all the way back out there when likely there'd be just tons of cops and, you know, he figured everybody would already be there. That part doesn't make any sense to me. I don't care how many times you try to explain it. It just doesn't make sense. For what? I don't know what you're talking about. Gray will probably get mad, but I think he should be a buy me a coffee link for the mods too. What are you talking about? Oh, you mean the troll? Yeah, I get it. Yeah, this is one of those people, they're trying to bring up that same thing. This is what they do. They come in here and they say, so just get rid of that person. I know exactly what they're trying to do. They made a whole video about that. Yeah, great idea, guy. Wow, that was fantastic. Was probably more focused on his upper body. I think you are, Michelle. I've seen ones that say exactly the same thing, and if I don't respond correctly, videos get made about it. And you're one of those people. I think you got a free membership. I think Kohberger wanted to see his work and get aroused by... That's what I think. I think he I think Kohberger went back to the crime scene because he wanted to sort of get a rush after seeing what the response was. No, I don't do mod appreciation night. I just thank the mods sometimes. You know, I mean, you guys are crazy. I'll run my show the way I want to run it. You know, I thank the moderators. I often buy, you know, like notebooks and things for them. Sometimes they buy the notebooks, but I've actually bought some for some of them. You know, they don't ask for things. They just like being here and helping the channel out, okay? So if you want to run your own channel, Michelle, you get the hell out and go do your own, all right? Not interested. All right? Thanks. All right. Hey, thanks to Christina on the Cash App. Thanks. Are you talking to me, Lynette? I don't care, Michelle. I just don't need you to jump in the middle of my show. I'm trying to raise funds for my channel to allow me to keep doing stuff, and you're trying to undermine it. I can see what you're doing. Right. Yeah, it's not about you, exactly. Yeah, and we talked about this the other day. Unfortunately, when it got brought up the other time, I was like, yeah, and then they made the troll community made a video about how I was like, I didn't really know how to respond to it, and then here you are doing the same thing again. Pretty wild stuff. All right, anyways, does anybody want to see what anything looks like around in this area here? I mean, what you see in the probable cause document, you can see right here. Look at how close this building is to that building, and it's just on the other side of that building is where the camera that's actually mentioned at the hearing, it's right here. See, this is, going too far. Let me go to here. Yeah, right there. I think I need it. I don't know why it seems to zoom in here, but right on the top of that, it's right in between those windows is a camera. Or there was at the time. You can see it now. It's a light, but it was put into that same socket, and that's the window of Xana Kernodle. It's really like 60, 65 feet away right there. Yeah. Okay, I'm going to get rid of it. Just, Jesus, this unbelievable. All right, let's see. Hard to believe more people didn't hear anything. Yeah, except, you know what I think is funny is how everybody thinks that there has to be screaming in every single case. You know, oh, how come nobody heard the girls scream in the Delphi case? How come nobody, that's just in the movies, you guys. It's in the movies. This is real life here. How do we know anything about what, it's almost mind-boggling. It's, they were drunk. They had been drinking. He probably went in there quickly. They didn't even know what the hell was going on. And they got killed by a psycho, Bryan Kohberger. Now, let me turn off this reaction thing. Can't stand that. All right, right there. Yeah, I just turned it off myself. I didn't even see what you wrote there, Sandy, until just now. I was bugging me anyways. We covered a couple days ago. Yeah, remember that? Right, exactly. We just covered the Ketty cabin murders where 3 people were killed inside their cabin, you know, strangled and beaten and stabbed. And it was right next door to other cabins, and there were people right there, and they were even awake and everything, and they didn't hear a damn thing. All right, they didn't hear anything. But Gray, maybe it's something else. Yeah, that one isn't solved either. Whew. This one is, though. This one is. So there's you can see the house right over there. There's the sliding glass door to the kitchen. And right up there is Kaylee's room. But anyways. This is one of those shows where I get thrown off. It's just... seems like it happens every night in here. Kind of sucks. What's going on there, Lynette? I didn't see any jokes that were made. Nobody heard anything in the cabin murders we covered a couple days ago. Right. If you put a question in a super chat, that is a great way to support the channel and your question seen. That's exactly right. That's what they're for, even. They weren't trying to reach Maddie's boyfriend. They were trying to get rid of Kaylee. They were trying to get a hold of Kaylee's boyfriend, and but that had nothing to do with anything. That was at like 2:50 in the morning to 3 in the morning, and Kaylee just wanted to talk to him, and he wouldn't reply. His friend actually told him to play hard to get, and so he didn't reply. And had he gone over there, he likely would be another victim too. Oh yeah, get rid of that Lynette Edie's person. Okay, don't get rid of it. let me see. Let me make sure. I've seen them in here before, but maybe they're on rewind. I think they're on rewind. There you go. That makes sense. They're on rewind. All right, guys. I'm gonna need your guys' help to support the channel, though. I don't want to have it be one of those nights where I have to keep asking over and over and over again. I just want you guys to help support the channel during the show so we can reach the goal. Thank you. All right, so here, let's watch this. I kind of edited it up so that she was bigger on the screen. I mean, I guess what I wanted to listen to first is over here, the portion where she's talking about, let's see, hold on, let me go back here a little bit.
A group effort. I think the courts have heard a little bit about
All right, right here.
an interview they had where the person that was interviewed said that she heard things and saw things within her house. But what is written in the probable cause affidavit is seriously
So they're talking about Dylan Mortensen right now.
lacking in
I think, I mean, everyone had all this great stuff to say about Ann Taylor, but I thought she was embarrassing. She was horrendous in these hearings. Now, for the Kohbergers, she was awesome, and the reason she was awesome to the Kohbergers is because those people don't understand what they're listening to. It's amazing. If you just listen, you just go, wow.
detail. It's wrong and it's false in many places. The way the affidavit reads, it says this person stated she went to sleep on the second floor. She was awoken at 4 by what she stated sounded like one of the victims playing with the dog, which was on the 3rd floor.
Yeah.
A short time later, she thought she heard one of the victims say something. That caveat, she thought she heard, is a problem. That's not at all what was said. This person
I don't know, maybe they're not. Let's see, hold on. That's the actual color there.
was interviewed shortly after 911 was called in the afternoon of November 13th, 2022. And she was sure, I'm at Defendant's Exhibit 8A, page 281, lines 4 through 10, when this witness was sure that she heard this particular victim go up the stairs, and then come running back down the stairs. That is not what's contained in this affidavit at all. That is repeated during this same interview a couple of different times at page 287.
Hold on.
It's not at all what was said. This person was interviewed shortly after 911 was called in the afternoon of November 13th, 2022. And she was sure. I'm at Defendant's Exhibit 8A, page 281, lines 4 through 10, when this witness was sure that she heard this particular victim go up the stairs, and then come running back down the stairs.
You know, what if that was Xana? She said, I mean, wouldn't that be interesting if, like, Xana kind of goes up the stairs a little bit and can hear somebody's up there and say, hey, somebody's here, and then sees them come out after, and then she runs down the stairs back and gets trapped over by her room.
That is not what's contained in this affidavit.
Hey guys, we have 0 buy me a coffees. We are struggling again. So if you guys can support the channel, that'd be great.
At all. That is repeated during this same interview a couple of different times at page 287. It's also repeated in a subsequent interview that same day. This is Defendant's Exhibit 8B. That's at page 313 and again at 320. I've got one more of these where this is repeated. It's repeated again in D8C as well. That is important because that's misleading to the judge. That waters down what was said, and that matters in the probable cause affidavit, because the officers, when they wrote this, knew that wasn't the case. They knew this particular person that DM said was upright and running down the stairs, that's not what happened. That person was killed in the bed and never left the bed. And so the officers water that down because they know that.
Okay, well, so I guess Dylan actually mentions who it is. And I don't know if Xana was found in the bed. Hey, thanks, Sandy. I don't know if Xana was found in the bed. So she might be referring to Madison or Kaylee, and that wouldn't really make a lot of sense. That either one of those two would be running down the stairs.
That fact is wrong, but they don't tell the magistrate that. They also don't tell the magistrate that this witness has claimed memory problems, that this witness has claimed that she's not sure what she heard or saw was real, or whether it was at a dream, and that is contained in Defendant's 8C, and that's going to be beginning at page 396, 398,
And we know it is.
399,
I put that in my video
403.
earlier. Did you watch
There's
it?
further statements from that witness in that police interview that said that she had had too much to drink and couldn't remember. None of that is given to the magistrate. That is information that's withheld. That's credibility of the person telling law enforcement these things, and the magistrate had a right to know that whatever is laid out in here isn't exactly the way it was. That person had credibility issues, and she...
See, this is, she's talking about Dylan Mortensen, you know, and see, Ann Taylor, this is just such poor arguing here. You can even look at the judge over there. He can tell. It's just...
She said things that were just absolutely untrue and couldn't have been true. Law enforcement knew that. That was intentionally withheld from the magistrate. That matters when we're talking about credibility and sets this whole thing into motion. Your Honor, the next part of the affidavit talks about what they have determined to be suspect vehicle number 1. And it trails a path of pieced together cameras. But what they don't tell the magistrate is that the camera near the residence, the 1112 King Road camera near 1122 King Road, you can't tell what kind of car it is. They don't tell the magistrate that that's an impossible car, that their expert can't make an identification off that. They don't tell the magistrate that this is pieced together from various other videos throughout the area. That's withheld from the magistrate. That's important information when you tell a magistrate we've...
All right, I'm going to go back to this part.
Your Honor, the next part of the affidavit talks about what they have determined to be suspect vehicle number 1. And it trails a path of pieced together cameras.
See, she is like willfully being ignorant, and it's working, and it's selling to her equally ignorant fan base out there. You get the same people making the same comments all the time. Hey, it wasn't even his vehicle. They can't prove it's his vehicle. Like it. The vehicle's driving by, okay? They have it there at one point, and they have, okay, first a vehicle drives by, the A&W missing a front license plate. Can you tell that's his car? Well, maybe not absolutely tell, but it's a white Elantra missing a front license plate. Then it drives by this particular location that's on the exact loop that I identified first on YouTube. I was the first person on any social media or news outlet or any place that identified a loop that car was doing. All right? And, other people now copy it and pretend that they came up with it and so forth. But she even mentions this loop in this argument here.
But what they don't tell the magistrate is that the camera near the residence, the 1112 King Road camera near 1122 King Road, you can't tell what kind of car it is.
Yeah, see, I don't know. I mean, I think when a vehicle's doing the 3-point turn there, I think given how clear, I'll show you guys here. Look at this. I think that they'll be able to determine what type of vehicle it is. I don't believe what she's saying right there. And I'll show you why I don't believe it. Not just say it, I'll show you why I don't believe it. All right, so hold on a second. Yeah, this is the video. This is what that video looks like. It looks great. Okay, look how you can make out these cars. Now, when a light's on the vehicle, it does blow out part of the image, but when the vehicle drove down here and did a 3-point turn, I think they can tell that's a white Elantra. And I just showed you in the video that I put out today that apparently people didn't see or Driz didn't watch. I think that you see the vehicle driving by at 3:29 and 49 seconds off of Linda Lane camera, and that's the one that goes straight down the street. And then at 3:30 and 50 seconds, it's right back behind 500 Queen Road. It's the same vehicle. It's the only vehicle that's moving around in the area. Now, because you can't absolutely identify it as Kohberger's vehicle at each single spot, it doesn't mean it's not his vehicle. Now, you might go, well, it doesn't mean it is. Well, it's not reasonable to believe it's not his. Hey, thanks, B-Stride. Haven't heard any info to say he's innocent. Yeah, there hasn't been one piece that's come out. God, is this person back in here complaining again? You're timed out as long as you keep commenting and not related to the case. If you make one more comment not related, I'll time you out again, okay? Science, perception, reality, doubt, reasonable doubt. There's absolutely no reasonable doubt in this case. None. None at all. All right, and what we showed earlier is, let's see. Yeah, this one right here. So take a look at this right here. I mean, it sucks to have to redo what I just did in my video, but this is a camera that's filming down a Linda Lane, and you can see at the bottom of the screen, I don't know if you can see it, but underneath here, see how it says 329, and then watch. So right around this time, see this car driving by right here? Boom, it's white. You can even see that it's white, and it also passed the A&W earlier, missing its front license plate. All right, so that was 3:29 and 50 seconds or so. And then as I showed earlier, in my, I have a ton of different videos, so I think it's so significant, and you'll all find out how significant it is at trial, and it's not because I have some special inside information, it's because this has been out there, and I'm somebody that has a brain that's functional, and I know what it means. This is huge. This camera here films the same vehicle exactly over and over and over again. So after we just saw it at 3:29 and 50 seconds, look what time it is back here when it shows up. About a minute later, that same vehicle pulls back here. Now you'll say, well, how do you know it's the same vehicle? Well, law enforcement can see it pull in on the 1112 King Road camera, the one that we're looking at right here. They see the car pull in just after it passes down the street. So do you guys see how this is going to work? This is how this is going to work. On this footage, right, that other footage, I don't want to reopen that one back up. The one I just played you a minute ago, where you can see the car in the distance, they're going to marry that up with the timing, and it's going to be 20 seconds later when the vehicle turns and goes down right here. Okay, then it's going to take a left, and then it's going to go just like that by the right side of the screen there. You'll see this all in court. It's all going to happen, everybody. It's unbelievable. I'm opening up Google Earth now. I had to reset my computer earlier. Let's see. Yeah, somebody was saying maybe I had the audio up too high or something, and it was blowing out at the top. So if it sounds like that, you see how it's talking like that, and if I go like that, if I put it about like that, it doesn't do that. Maybe it's weird though, because my computer and these different programs adjust the audio levels automatically sometimes, and I don't see it. Yeah, so here it is. You're going to see, I just showed you the car driving by here. Was everybody paying attention when we were doing that, right? The car was driving right by here by Linda Lane, going this direction. Like 20 seconds later, this camera on 1112 King Road is going to pick up that vehicle coming in like this. And it's not reasonable to believe another white Elantra was driving around at 3:30 in the morning and just traded places with that one. I mean, it's ridiculous. Then it comes over here and takes a left. Then on the surveillance footage camera, you see it coming back here at 3:30 and 50 seconds. And then it comes around, and then it goes here, and I think he watched inside the to see if the lights were off multiple times. He just sat there looking inside this house. He'd sit there for a couple minutes, then he'd take off, and it appears that maybe he went this direction, though, and went around like this. This is the same loop that I had. And he came around, and then he goes back in again, and when he comes back in again, you'll see that is 3:39-ish. So here's 3:38 and 49 seconds. And then here comes the light. See that light back there? How come you can't see? See, 3:39 and 9 seconds. It's right back there again, and it does exactly the same thing. Has the same profile. Every single thing is correct. Okay? Oh, thanks, Kami. And hey, look at that. 41 Months by Candlely Woodward Stone. So you look right back there. You see it, right? Same sound, same everything, right? Then the vehicle leaves the area, and it goes a little bit further this time, right? So now it comes back at 3:56. So that time it was 17 minutes. And it turns out at like 3:45 in the morning, the vehicle, actually a vehicle looking just like the Elantra, is driving by right here by this gas station, Mobile, and there's a surveillance shot of that vehicle. And I think I have an image of that right here. Look, check it out. There it is, driving by, and that's at 3:45. All right, so then it's coming back, and then 3:45, and it drives around. We don't know that maybe at this point it comes back around like this, and then around, and then goes back in there, and then at 3:56, there it is, going back behind there again. Now listen to the car. Same damn car. And there it is, right there again. It's creepy. It's the same car. All right, now the vehicle takes off again, and now at about 4 in the morning, a DoorDash delivery, but we don't know the exact time. But I think it's possible that the DoorDash delivery is what Kohberger saw, that there was a car there and the lights were on, and that's why he turns around. Watch what he does here. He goes back here at 4:05. He's already noticed that the lights are off in Madison Mogan's room, so he's coming back around, but then he says, oh shit, it looks like there's a car there, it's doing something. And so then he goes over here and he pulls into there and he turns around, and you can see that that's a white Elantra right back there. It looks exactly the same. So right now the car had turned around and it drove out. Now let me show you again. I do this over and over and over again because, you know, like when I'm doing these shows, I get 300 people watching, and the idiots that do these shows get like 10,000 people, and they don't even know what they're talking about. This is the real stuff right here. All right, so for those random people who are just showing up, you know, you'll get to see stuff that you don't get to see when you're watching the UK clown and the other clown and all those people. All right, so right here, the car turns around and it drives back out this direction, and then it does a 3-point turn right there. Now, can you imagine how clear that's going to look here when it does that 3-point turn? See that? It's going to go here, turn, back up, and then go right back the way it came towards the camera. And then after it does that, there is another thing that it tried to do. So after it turned around back here that we just saw, it backed up, went this way. It tried to park or turn around right here, they believe, probably because of the lights that were over here and perhaps sound that was on the camera at 1112 King Road. So it tried to park or turn around, and it was unsuccessful, so then it went over here and did a 3-point turn, and then it drove right back the way it came. Right? Then after it came back the way it came, you'll see it here in a minute. I'll speed it up. It works perfectly. So right around, you can see the lights of it at 4:07 and 22 seconds. And he might have even just did a little light tap at a rabbit. I saw a rabbit when I was there, right in that spot. Although, you know, probably not. But see, it's the same car, same everything. It's doing loops. Who else is doing loops right there other than Bryan Kohberger? Well, it was the DoorDash guy. He sat there for 45 minutes trying. Okay, all right. You can believe that if you want. I wonder if that's like a dog in one of these apartments right here. All right, so see how it passed at 4:07 in like 40 seconds? That means the vehicle is going to park right here at about 4:08. And then, as I've said 1,000 times, this is when he put the plastic bags, or, you know, got ready for what he knew was going to be a bloody situation. So he, you know, put stuff outside the vehicle and wore gloves when he went in there. He killed Madison. Even the way he was going to kill Madison with a knife was going to put blood all over him. But there was a lot more death than he probably planned. And then when he comes out, he's wearing the gloves. He probably takes the knife, puts it into the bag, puts all of his clothing that he was wearing, still wearing the gloves, into the bag, and then the last thing he removed from him would be his gloves. Then he puts those into the bag, then he takes that bag and maybe puts it into another bag, and then there's these other set of clothing that he left over there, and he put those on. And that way it really mitigates the amount of blood that actually makes it into the vehicle. And then he spent weeks cleaning, like he did a lot of cleaning of that vehicle. It's in the document. Enjoy your echo chamber, Tara. Hey, Tara, listen to me. You are wrong in this case. And when the trial happens, you're going to be embarrassed out of your mind, okay? No matter what happens, though, you're going to come back and go, he got framed. Watch. All right. All right, you guys, we're currently at $30.98 for the night. Is there any chance that you guys as a whole can help support the channel and get us to our goal? We're not even close at this point. So if you have the ability to, I would appreciate it. I don't know what else to say. Seems like yesterday was kind of smooth and easier, and today it's another struggle. So I'm trying my best to do good shows for you guys, and if you guys appreciate them and enjoy the shows, if you could help support the channel with super chats, the buy me a coffee, etc. And the reason I do this is, it helps keep me going, but also we give away a ton. We just got done with our $6,000 scholarship fund for this year. We did $6,000 last year. We've also given over $100,000 to a DNA fund. That's why people on this channel are really proficient in knowing how IgG works, etc. Way more than Ann Taylor does. She doesn't know what the hell she's talking about when she talks about DNA. She's literally clueless. It's embarrassing. However, the people that believe in her think she's amazing, but she doesn't know what she's talking about, literally. All right, but can we please get the support going for the channel? Thank you. Now, I'm going to go back to this right here. Hopefully it starts.
They don't tell the magistrate that that's an impossible card, that their expert can't make an identification off that. They don't tell the magistrate that this is pieced together from various other videos throughout the area. That's withheld from the magistrate.
No, she's not doing her job, Danny. She's terrible. She didn't even take the time to learn what the hell she was talking about. Let's not make excuses for her, okay?
That's important information when you tell a magistrate, we found this car doing this thing, and we know what it is. It's around this particular area.
We saw this car doing this thing around this particular area.
The next issue is the year of the car.
Man, that's such a non-issue. It's startling how people pretend that matters. They originally said, oh yeah, I think it's a 2011 to 2013. And, white Elantra. And then later they changed it to 2011 to 2016. Because you can literally replace the entire Windows system in those vehicles. All those years have the exact same Windows. And so maybe originally he just thought it was 2011 to 2013 and went, oh wait, it can be 2016. Why does that matter than anybody? I am Octopus 88. Isn't that amazing? It's crazy, isn't it?
Law enforcement works with the FBI to determine the year of the car.
Yeah. See, here's the thing that Octopus 88 made a comment. I can tell you this. I know IgG better than Ann Taylor does. She knows law better than I do, but she doesn't know IgG better than me. And she doesn't know IgG better than most of the people that watch this channel.
And the FBI provides some possibilities after numerous submissions to them, and the court knows this and can read about this. This is going to be in, I believe, D10. That's in D9. And finally, after several submissions, that's when the FBI IML says I can make a car identification. The issue with that's not disclosed to the magistrate is that car appears one time on one video and not any of the other.
So This is that night, by the way. So it shows up one time in one video.
Others that they try to say.
But in that one video, they were able to identify it as Bryan Kohberger's car. Do you guys hear that? I mean, it's unbelievable. Hey, thanks so much, D-Dog, at a train wreck. Oh, Ann Taylor's a train wreck.
Her presentation to further her full confusion.
No, it's crazy. That's like right here. See, the pro-burgers out there, they don't get that Ann Taylor right here admits that that night in the surveillance footage that they're using, that on a camera, they actually identify Kohberger's vehicle factually. Okay? And you want to know where that was? Does anybody want to see where that was? Because I know where it is. She gave the address out. It's right here. Exactly on the loop. And as a matter of fact, I bet you that it's just like this. I was driving by and it goes like that. And it comes around. And they pick it up coming by this building right here. That's the building that has the camera. And it drove by like that. How much do you want to bet? And it's right on the loop that I identified at the very beginning when the probable cause came out. Now we got, the copycats pretending that they had the same loop and everything. There's one notorious YouTuber that does every single time I do a case, he copies everything and then spins it as his own. It's crazy. But anyways, it's right there. It's during the time the Elantra's driving around. Does that bother any of you pro-burgers out there? That, first of all, he told everybody he went over here to this park way the hell out of town. I think it's right over here somewhere. Maybe like right there. Feels like it was. Yeah, Wawa Park. Wow, what a good guess. Right there. See, that's how well I know. I know this case well because I didn't even have, a pin on the map there. And just by looking at the map, I knew it was right there. All right. So it's right here. And it's driving around. And then she says, but they try to piece it together with these other cameras around here. But in those videos, you can't tell it's absolutely his car. So how dare they? I mean, it's ridiculous. You know what I'm saying? It's wild. It's crazy. Looney Tunes stuff. Let's just rewind that a little bit. I want to hear this again.
Are the path. It's not, let me see if I can say this right.
Yeah,
it's not
let's see if you
following a
can.
consistent trail where the one camera that can identify the car where it appears again. It appears one time, and then what law enforcement did was they took several videos from all over the area and said, well, it's the same car, and we have an identification. That's not all. The identification was most comfortably from that FBI agent to be a 2011 to 2013 Elantra. And that's what law enforcement relied on. The court has...
Yeah, so like he thought it was the 2011 to 2013 Elantra.
It is D12, and it's the Be on the Lookout that was issued by Moscow Police Department, where they look for a 2011 to 13 Hyundai Elantra.
And thanks,
and that's
DW
what
Dog,
they're looking for. And they don't tell the magistrate that's what they're looking for. They mislead the magistrate and let the magistrate
Can't argue any of what, Driz?
believe that they have a clear view of this car making this loop, and that's just not what happened. It's pieced together.
Well, that's how you do it, though. That's how you piece it. You do it that way. You piece it together. You have a camera here. Okay, I just did it for you guys, right? A minute ago. I just showed you the camera down Linda Lane. You see the car drive by at 3:29:49. Then you're going to have the 1122 King Road 1112 King Road camera picking up the vehicle driving right here and then taking a left. And then you're going to have the camera behind picking it up. Now she's saying, see, it's pieced together. It's not one What are you talking about, Ann Taylor? I mean, you make it sound like there's a drone flying above the vehicle capturing it do its entire loop. That's not the way surveillance works, Ann Taylor. You know that, right? It doesn't capture the whole loop, Judge. They're just piecing together other cameras. That's how it works, man. You use the time on the clock and you... You based it on the PCA lies, Gray. Come on, Tara. Use your brain, okay? Use your brain. All right.
And it doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Law enforcement in their affidavits talked about this dog barking, and they key some time. And they say this is when something was happening inside this house.
Oh, now they're doing the dog barking. Let me just rewind this a little bit again on this.
Any of the others that they try to say are the path. It's not, let me see if I can say this right. It's not following a consistent trail where the one camera that can identify the car where it appears again. It appears
right, but you want it to like follow it around in the air?
one time, and then what law enforcement did was they took several videos from all over the area and said, well, it's the same car, and we have an identification. That's not all. The identification was most comfortably from that FBI agent to be a 2011 to 2013 Elantra.
That's just what he said originally.
And that's what law
So
enforcement
what,
relied
though?
on. The court
It's an Elantra. They look the same.
It is D12, and it's the Be on the Lookout.
Look, you guys want? Let me show you this thing here. Watch this. Okay, I got this video they made on the white Elantra. Here, look at this.
Yeah. That's reason.
Let me move it over here. Is it over here? So that's a 2013. Look at how similar these are. Watch. 2014, 2015. You didn't even notice that even shifted. 2016 looks exactly the same. The only time it's ever a little different is the 2015. Watch. There's like a little light that's back here. Watch. See right there? That's it. That's the only thing that looks different. It's just crazy. It's exactly the same.
That was issued by Moscow Police Department, where they look for a 2011 to 13 Hyundai Elantra. And that's what they're looking for. And they don't tell the magistrate that's what they're looking for. They mislead the magistrate and let the magistrate believe that they have a clear view of this car making this loop. And that's just not what happened. It's pieced together, and it doesn't make a whole...
I already did it, Tara. I know this case better than you do, Tara. I'm just letting you know that right now. I know that you want to waste your time trying to convince me, etc. I've already done this. I've done it, and I've done it a million times, okay? I made these entire videos that you must have missed a long time ago, or you probably would have thought differently, but you missed it. So now you're trying to make up for lost time by bitching and complaining about every single thing that's out there. It's crazy, all right? Just realize that you're wrong, okay? It's okay. It's okay to be wrong. Yeah, I think I do a quicker one here. Let's see. 2012. See how it's all the same there? See that? Even the back here looks similar. 2014. It's got the fin up there. 2015. The only thing that's different is right there. And then 2016, boom, it looks the same. All right? Case closed, Tara. Good night now. It's not working out for you. You're incorrect.
A whole lot of sense. Law enforcement in their affidavits talked about this dog barking, and they key some time, and they say this is when
we're not showing the rear because it's a side shot when you're looking at it.
Something was happening inside this house.
You're a crazy
this
person.
Dog barking, and they use the videotape to get a time off that, the surveillance tape from the neighborhood, the 111.
So they heard a dog barking, and they used that for. They got a time frame. It was 4:17
to King, and so they've got this time, but they also have this video, this trail that they've picked out a time that something probably happened here, and they don't tell the magistrate that this dog that's barking continues on long after the car they're interested in has left the area and then abruptly stops. Your Honor, the dog was found the next day inside the house in a bedroom with an open door, where the other bedrooms that contained people that died, their bedroom doors were open, and this dog had not tracked any blood around. The dog had no blood on it whatsoever.
So how do you want to explain that then? I mean, that might be the factual elements of the case, but what does that mean to you? That somehow the dog was beamed up on an alien spacecraft, and then just before the cops got there, it was beamed back into the room, and it was sitting there dazed and confused, and that's why it didn't track any blood around? I mean, what are you trying to get at? Are you trying to imply that people in the house did something, or like what are you doing?
But it was just sitting in an open room a day later. The magistrate is not informed.
And by the way, it wasn't a day later. See how she tried to sneak in a day later? Like, wow, that is a long time. No, it was 8 hours later, the same day. It was 4 in the morning when the murders happened, and then at noon, the cops were called. It wasn't a day later.
Either. Then the police department goes through maneuvers to tell the magistrate that they did this investigation. They talk about a traffic stop, 2 traffic stops.
I chose the side view only because it supports my narrative, everybody. That's why I did the side view. No, I did the side view because that's what you see on the surveillance footage. That's what I've got. Okay? It does nothing to do with anything. All right? When they're looking at surveillance, they're likely most of the time looking at the full-length side view, and they're trying to make a determination of what vehicle it is. What are you talking about, Cindy? I don't have any idea what you're talking about. What part, Cindy? God, just every show.
Was most comfortably from that FBI agent to be a 2011 to
I'm going back a little bit.
2013 Elantra. And that's what law enforcement relied on. The court has,
It's such a
D12,
an irrelevant
that's the
point.
Be on the Lookout, that was issued by Moscow Police Department.
Well, everybody, if you're an investigator and you thinking that a vehicle's a 2011 to 2015 Elantra and it shows up to be a 2015, you now can't arrest the person because it was 2 years after you thought it was. I mean, what a dumb argument. It's so idiotic, it's almost embarrassing. Who cares? It's a white Elantra. That's what Kohberger drives, okay? They first thought it was 2011 to 2013. They put it out there and everybody was looking it up. Then they realized, well, hell, maybe it could be a 2011 to 2016 Elantra.
Where they look for a 2011 to 13 Hyundai Elantra. And that's what they're looking for. And they don't tell the magistrate that's what they're looking for.
That's meaningless,
They
Cindy. She's
mislead
just
the
throwing crap out
magistrate
there.
and let the magistrate
too
believe
caught up in
that
stuff.
they have a clear view of this car making this loop. And that's just not what happened. It's pieced together, and it doesn't make a whole lot of sense.
I know. Yeah, the thing is, there's people like Tara and other people believe that I have a narrative, that I'm working for somebody and I'm helping to perpetuate a false story, just like in the Delphi case. I'm sitting on here every night trying to raise funds for my channel. I must have blown it when I could have been asking all of these agencies to be sending me thousands of dollars to help sell a false narrative. I mean, where was the money from the Delphi case? Where was the money from this case right here? What about the Kylie Rodney case? I mean, hell, the hotel in the Kanika Jenkins case should have sent me something. I mean, where is it? God, I missed out.
Law enforcement in their affidavits talked about this dog barking, and they key some time, and they say this is when something was happening inside this house. We can hear this dog barking.
Yeah, 217.
And they
Hear a dog
used the
barking.
videotape to get a time off that. The surveillance tape from the neighborhood, the 1112 came.
Yeah.
And so they've got this time, but they also have this video, this trail, that they've picked out a time that something probably happened here, and they...
No, it's not probably happened here. You have Dylan Mortensen, who's in the house, who's aware of the timing, and we know that Xana Kernodle was still using TikTok at 4:12 And we know that the white Elantra drives back at 4:08 and stops, and inside of a 12-minute window, a knife sheath was left in the room that had Bryan Kohberger's DNA on it, for God's sakes. Hey, thanks, Jessica Miller. Love you, Gray. Don't let the unlogical make you grumpy. Okay. All right. I'm trying to. I actually, I'm not like grumpy. I'm more grumpy because of the lack of support tonight. But I don't mind arguing with these people. That you can see what lunatics these people are. Look at that. There we go. Look at Tara. She's one of the people that thinks Dylan Mortensen did it. She's part of something, And
don't tell the magistrate that this dog that's barking continues on long after the car they're interested in has left the area.
Right, but why wouldn't it bark? So, so at 4:17, it says in the probable cause document, you can hear the dog barking, just after the thud sound, the whimpering, the thud, the dog bark, and then it continued to bark a little bit. Who cares? How does that affect anything? All that matters here is that the probable cause is way over 50% by the mere fact that Bryan Kohberger's DNA was on the button of the knife sheath. If that was all you had, it's enough probable cause.
And then abruptly stops. Your Honor, the dog was found the next day inside the house in a bedroom with an open door, where the other bedrooms that contained people that died, their bedroom doors were open, and this dog had not tracked any blood around the dog, had no blood on it whatsoever, but it was just sitting in an open room a day.
Yeah. How do we know that that's how it was? When the cops got there, sure, but maybe one of the roommates went up and opened the door or something, and we don't know. Okay, and either does she.
The magistrate is not informed about
irrelevant,
that
though.
either.
Okay, so let me ask you guys, how would you have changed as a judge? How would your ruling have changed if you'd heard, well, God, the dog Murphy didn't have any blood on it, and the door was open, and the door was open to the room that Kaylee and Madison were in? Wow. Okay, so Kohberger must not have done it now because. What does that even mean? It's a meaningless argument. Are you guys with me on that? Do you see what I'm saying? What does it have to do with anything?
Then the police department goes through maneuvers to tell the magistrate that they did this investigation. They talk about a traffic stop, 2 traffic stops actually, and there's no connector in there.
Yeah. You know what's weird is she's lying right here. She's lying. Those 2 traffic stops that they talk about were merely brought up, showing that Kohberger, after the fact, they realized that he was in Moscow, Idaho, a couple different times, and I think one of them even might show that he's missing a front license plate. Hold on a second. That was probably one of the pro-burgers calling me up. They hung up. I'm going to see if this is Gray's number. I'm going to go ahead and look it up. Oh, look at there it is. I'm going to call it. What a loser. Jesus. All right, here we go.
This is where the lack of the IgG becomes really important.
The lack of IgG. This is where the lack of IgG becomes really important. She is all over the place, you guys. This is absolutely crazy. Look at this.
Then
just listen to this for a second.
Then the police department goes through maneuvers to tell the magistrate that they did this investigation. They talk about a traffic stop, 2 traffic stops actually, and there's no connector in there. This is where the lack of the IgG becomes really important.
What?
If you know about the IgG, you know why that would be built.
No. That's just not true at all. The IgG is what led to Kohberger, and then the arrest affidavit. They went back and found other times where there was police officers that communicated with Kohberger and where he was, and various things that, it's a white Elantra. It shows that his license plate was maybe missing in one of the other videos that we haven't seen. I mean, what is she talking about right here? Do you guys see what I'm saying? This isn't good stuff here. It's terrible.
Otherwise, 2 random traffic stops months ago in pretty populated areas with a lot of college kids.
No, see, it has nothing to do with the IGG. Or you may, well, actually it does, right? Because the IGG led to a person named Kohberger. And so then they went back and started looking up other traffic stops, etc., right? And it shows that he's over in Moscow, Idaho, etc., and just other stops, And so it showed up, but they hadn't arrested him yet. But his DNA is what led to that. So they're not saying that they were investigating him before and slid it in. I don't think there's anybody who read the probable cause document that was confused about that.
Really doesn't add up to be an investigation. But those are put in there to try to bolster up this investigation and say it was something that it wasn't. Probably the worst.
Say it was something that it wasn't. Why don't you explain what that was? You just sort of glossed over it, hoping that, it was something that it wasn't. The judge doesn't even know what she's talking about.
Part of that is relying on, after the BOLO went out for 2011 to 13 Elantra, then WSU, Washington State
Dr. Colleen
University
Fitzpatrick.
officers find cars. They find.
Yeah, you can go back and watch. I've interviewed Dr. Colleen Fitzpatrick. She's been on. She just kind of hangs out with us probably 15 times. And if you haven't seen it, you've really missed out. And I don't have any time when people go, I don't know, Grant, I don't know. Well, where were you? Because every time she comes on, you guys go watch something else when you could have learned something and know exactly what we're talking about.
Find one that's registered to Bryan Kohberger, parked at the apartments he lived in, but it was a 2015 Elantra, and so they don't really do much with it. But this is placed, that is placed in the affidavit like it was an investigative fact, and it wasn't. It was on the 20th of December when the lead detective, got a hold of WSU police. And
yeah, they had a closed hearing because there were names that weren't supposed to be out there. All that person brought up was the fact that the FBI used a technique that was against the, the services, what do you call it? The technical, the guidelines of the website. It's not breaking the law. It's nothing. Okay? It has nothing to do with that. See, here's the thing. People like Tara, they want a killer to get off on a technicality. Like, we got to somehow sell that, the tip was generated in an illegal way, and then everything that came from the tip needs to be thrown out. That's total garbage, okay? Complete garbage right there. All IGG is a tip development system. Use investigative genetic genealogy. It leads to a name, and then you give it to the detectives, and they try to see if that makes sense given the information about that person. And when they look it up, they say, wow, look at this. He's a doctorate student over here at UW. Wow, he drives a white Elantra, the same type of vehicle we see driving around, etc. And then they got an arrest warrant eventually, and then it led back to an exact match of the DNA on the knife sheath. Now, had a psychic came forward and said, well, I think it's a guy named, Kohberger. And then somehow it led to Bryan Kohberger. How would you question that one? It's just a tip. That's all it is. His rights weren't violated at all. They didn't use his DNA in the services whatsoever. They went and found relatives that made a family tree that led back to him. He isn't part of those services, probably for a good reason.
And found out about that and said,
all right, guys, I'll try again. If you're out there, if you could please help support the channel tonight, I would really appreciate it. We got the Buy Me a Coffee option. I have only one of those tonight. Having another one of those struggling nights, so if you're out there and you can help, that'd be great. Thank you.
said, oh, hey, you called this in. He didn't know about that before, but there's no context around that. That's just stacked in there like it creates probable cause when it doesn't. You know that's the case when you look at a couple of our exhibits. One is prior testimony from that same detective, and if you look at the messaging between the detective and the WSU police officer about the timing of that. So it's based on this false investigation trail, and it's based on statements that are completely out of context from somebody that they interviewed that are incorrect statements when you take the totality of the circumstances together, and statements that this person disclaimed a couple of days later because she wasn't sure what she remembered was real, and give that to the judge. If you add in the missing piece of IGG and what happened with that, and as a judge, you know you've got law enforcement willing to violate their own policy, and you know that you're not being told the full story about what a witness is saying, and you're being led down this path to say there's a real investigation when there wasn't a real investigation, you don't find probable cause on that.
If I find that the IGG was not unconstitutionally obtained, doesn't it just add to the probable cause?
No.
Would it have been disclosed, it would have simply created more basis to suspect Kohberger.
Your Honor, if it had been disclosed, think about how that would read. We used a process to make an identification. This is a new technology.
Yeah.
This is called...
And it was against the terms of service, what they did on the website. I think it was Family Tree DNA. I think that's the one that they used, but it was, I think it was maybe another one. There's a third one that's bigger. So they used, basically you can upload raw data to their site as long as you're just a regular person, a customer, and you upload it there, and you can compare it to all the other people, but law enforcement can't use it. Well, they just pretended that they were just a regular person and used it. And they got a tip that led to Bryan Kohberger. I mean, it's really pretty amazing how these people out there want to try to get Kohberger off because of that. It's strange.
Investigative genetic genealogy.
Hey, thanks, Paulette, for
and
the
we
coffee
identified
earlier.
somebody. We did not keep any of our documentation because even though Department of Justice policy says we need to, we decided not to. Even though it says we can't go into certain databases, we really wanted to figure out who this was, so we just ignored that policy altogether. I don't know how a judge could find that credible. You don't even know how that happened. There is a great big question mark about
like this whole thing. It's just she has no knowledge of this topic.
Constitutionally obtained.
I'm going to hear it again.
Doesn't it just add to the probable cause?
Yeah.
No.
It does.
I
mean, her answer there was a lie. Of course it would add to, if it was constitutionally obtained, the DNA, doesn't it add to the probable cause? And she said no. Even Tara has to realize that that's a false statement. Right, Tara? Come on. If the DNA was gathered constitutionally, her answer was no. Do you agree with that, Tara? Let's just pause the show really quick. Do you agree with that? That it doesn't make the probable cause stronger? See, the judge asked her, doesn't it make it stronger if the DNA was constitutionally gathered? And she said no. Do you agree with that? And your answer will determine whether or not you stay here. If you can answer it honestly, then you'll stay. If you don't, then good night. All right, you got about 10 seconds.
Been disclosed, it would have simply created more basis to suspect Kohberger.
Your Honor, if it had been disclosed, think about how that would read. We used a process to make an identification.
Oh, but it's still constitutional.
This is a new technology. This is called investigative genetic genealogy, and we identified somebody. We did not keep any of our documentation because even though Department of Justice policy says we need to, we decided not to.
Yes, Candace,
Even
you
though
are
it
the
says
only
we
person.
can't go into certain databases, we really wanted to figure out who this was, so we just ignored that policy altogether. I don't know how a judge could find that credible. You don't even know how that happened. There is a great big question mark about how that happened. To Your Honor's point, you should find it unconstitutional. If you don't find it unconstitutional, it's a separate analysis. I appreciated being able to talk to the witness about that today, but it's a completely separate analysis. You're looking at integrity. You're looking at what a court can rely on to sign off on an affidavit or a search warrant. If an affidavit is presented to a judge and you know that the rules don't matter, that terms of use of a database don't matter, and that you're going to hide what you do, and that doesn't matter either, there's not a lot to rely on. If law enforcement came to the magistrate and said, we want to go search this house over here, and they said, we really think there's going to be evidence of a crime in there.
Did you answer the question? I asked you a question, Terry. You got one more shot. I'll give you 30 seconds. A minute ago, when the judge said, wouldn't the probable cause be stronger if the DNA was collected constitutionally? And she said no. Do you agree with that? Okay, I'm pausing the show. Your last response did not address what I asked. I want to see if you're intellectually honest or not. Go ahead. Hey, thanks so much, Cam Hart. I did scroll up. I see the one where it says any evidence collected at a crime scene is within the Constitution. That's not the answer. That's not an answer, Cindy. It's yes or no. No, she didn't answer it. I see it right there. She didn't answer it. That's not an answer. That's a skating the answer. I want to know if you think when she said no, that was correct. See, this is somebody who can't do it. They can't answer it because I don't see the answer. I don't see that. All I see is any evidence collected at a crime scene is within Constitution. That's it. That's the only answer I see. Even when I scroll up, that's it. And if she said yes, then I'm going to get rid of, put her on timeout. Okay, so you guys are saying, she said, do you agree with that? She says the answer saying no is correct. Then I'm going to have to put her on timeout. All right? That was what the punishment was. It's absolutely false, what she said. It's bogus. All right, let's see. Hey, thanks, grandmother 14 of 14. The judge looks like my husband when I'm talking.
Because we've got this confidential informant, and this confidential informant has provided a lead. But we need to tell you that we don't have...
Right, see, I've used this confidential informant one, too. It's not like, you know, I mean, is that ethical? I mean, you're paying somebody on the side to go out and look for...
Came to the magistrate and said, we want to go search this house over here. And they said, we really think there's going to be evidence of a crime in there because we've got this confidential informant. And this confidential informant has provided a lead. But we need to tell you that we don't have real reason to trust this confidential informant because they won't tell us how they know that. They gave us a picture, but they won't tell us where they got it from or when they got it or what means they used. They threw away their camera. They threw away all the metadata. They won't tell us anything about that. And by the way, the confidential informant maybe has some integrity issues. A judge is not going to sign off on that. And then if you say, but to support that, I built this false look at it.
Well, no. If let's say you had a confidential informant that has some integrity issues, it led to a name, and then the investigation found facts that absolutely point to that person, the judge is going to allow it. They're going to say all the informant did was a tip, and the investigation of the tip led to a reality. And that's exactly how it is in the IGG world.
A whole investigation here.
So she's wrong again.
I'm going to tell you these other things that I know that I had no idea about before my confidential informant was here. And these things don't add up anyway. There is not, in my view, a judge that's going to find probable cause because somebody got stopped by law enforcement. I think it was a seatbelt ticket months before.
The purpose of the submission of that was simply to identify the car that he drove and the fact it didn't have a license plate on the front. To suggest it's otherwise connected
Yes,
to the
that's
homicide.
beautiful.
Except
That's exactly right. Look at.
Not, in my view, a judge that's going to find probable cause because somebody got stopped by law enforcement.
Right, these are those two other times. See, that's what I was telling you a minute ago. All they did was look up these other two times. One of them they're using to check the license plate to see if it's on the front or back, and the other one's just to show that, hey, you know, he was over in Moscow, Idaho at times.
I think it was a seatbelt ticket months
Yeah.
before.
the purpose of the submission of that was simply to identify the car that he drove and the fact it didn't have a license plate on the front.
Look how she doesn't have an answer. She didn't know that the judge was going to be on top of it like that. She doesn't have an answer.
Wasn't to suggest it's otherwise connected to the homicide.
Right,
except to
exactly.
say
That's
this
what I
is
said a minute
car of
ago.
Interest.
It's irrelevant.
Defendant
Just
was
other-
found driving it.
Well, let's talk about that license plate for a second, though, because that's not something you can see from the videos. And that was testimony you heard today. You can't see that from the video.
But you can from the
cops relied
A&W
on.
video. They said that.
So that bit about the license plate, that's something a little bit extra that happened after we have this IGG stuff. That wasn't known before.
Ah, jeez.
There was no video collected from WSU before.
Yeah, she's trying to tie every single thing to the IGG. Without the IGG, there's no investigation and everything is dropped. Like, if somehow the judge says, yeah, I'm going to have to find that the DNA was unconstitutional the way it was collected, there is, and all the fruit bore from that is thrown out. There is no case at all. All right, because the DNA is what led to identifying Kohberger, and then the subsequent investigation got those two stops and the different videos of the car driving around. They probably had a lot of that prior because they were trying to track to see what vehicle it was, and that's why they knew it was an Elantra. So they would still have that information, but they wouldn't have some of the other information that they need.
There was no communication with the officers at WSU before. So before the identification through IGG.
I'm just not tracking why that matters, but go ahead.
It matters because this wasn't a real investigation.
Exactly what I said.
These are things that are put in there to make it look like an investigation happened, to say, don't look here at this big glaring thing that's missing, this whole piece about why we identified him. Don't look here. We don't want you to look here because this is ugly, this is dirty, and this isn't real. That's precisely why those things are placed in that PC affidavit like that. So based on that, the first warrant gets issued. It doesn't end there. This warrant is not good. There's too much missing information, false information, and information withheld from the magistrate here. But then the warrants just rely on one another. There are other things to add into later warrants as well. And so I want to go through some of those other things with you. I do want to comment on the affidavits being used by a variety of officers. I understand the collective knowledge doctrine, but that's not what is going on here. You have an affidavit that sometimes Moscow police attribute it to the person that really wrote it, but quite often it's just the name taken off and who.
See how she's just rambling on, trying to keep selling. The judges, I bet you the judges just kind of like, what are you doing?
Claims to have done the work is whoever signed the bottom of it, and it can't be the same. So it's not quite the same thing, and that matters as well. But let's talk about the second warrant. The second warrant is also AT&T. The first one comes in, and an hour later, they say they have all this data analyzed, and they say they now need 6 months worth of phone records for Bryan Kohberger's phone. They do acknowledge that his phone wasn't contained within the geofence.
Right, because his phone was turned off. Right.
But this second warrant is important, and we're going to talk about minutes difference of time. In the first AT&T warrant, in that affidavit, the police officer talks about 2:42 a.m. that WSU cameras, because they start looking at WSU cameras after the IGG identification, they find a white car that they say is an Elantra at 2:42. So they get the phone records, and then it becomes 2:44 that they say Mr. Kohberger's leaving his residence, 2:44 a.m. And the place near Bishop Boulevard where one could turn to go to Moscow at 2:42 is inconsistent with 2:44, but they don't correct that. They don't say that vehicle at 2:42 cannot have been the right white Elantra running around that night, because we now know it was at 2:44 a.m. They want to keep that in there because they want the car positioned like it's going to be going to Moscow. And that is really important with the misleading of the magistrate. When you look at 1A, that's the map we looked at earlier today, where there's the whole loop around, but there's a blue line as if pointing the car towards Moscow, and that's not what
Always been
happened.
244 right there.
They then report the car, the phone
Wait, let me go back again.
stops reporting AT&T. The first one comes in, and an hour later, they say they have all this data analyzed, and they say they now need 6 months worth of phone records for Bryan Kohberger's phone. They do acknowledge that his phone wasn't contained within the geofence when they looked at the geofence.
Right.
But this second warrant is important, and we're going to talk about minutes difference of time. In the first AT&T warrant, in that affidavit, the police officer talks about 2:42 a.m. that WSU cameras, because they start looking at WSU
No,
cameras
that's not what they
after the
said. That's
IGG
not what they said.
identification. They find a white car
That's not true, what
that
she's
they say
saying.
is an Elantra at 2:42.
No.
So they get the phone records,
It's
and then it
false.
becomes 2:44 that they say Mr. Kohberger's leaving his
Yeah,
residence.
see, that's not how it went. That's not how it went. It was 2:42. His phone pinged consistent with him being at home. All right. Then at 2:44, it pinged down. I think it's right down here at Olympia Avenue and Stadium Way or something right there. That's at 2:44. So I don't even know what the hell she's talking about.
It's 2:44 a.m. And the place near Bishop Boulevard where one could turn to go to Moscow at 2:42 is inconsistent with 2:44, but they don't correct that. They don't say that vehicle at 2:42 cannot have been the right white Elantra running around that night, because we now know it was at 2:44 a.m.
I've always said 2:44.
They want to keep that in there because they want the car positioned like it's going to be going to Moscow. And that is really important with the misleading of the magistrate. When you look at 1A, that's the map we looked at earlier today, where there's the whole loop around, but there's a blue line as if pointing the car towards Moscow, and that's not what happened. They then report the phone stops reporting to the network at 2:47 a.m., and that's not right. We submitted their cell experts report that say the phone stops reporting at 2:54 a.m.
Okay.
We submitted 2 affidavits to you from our experts
So what
who have
difference does
worked
that
with the
make?
call detail records, and that's just not right. Don't get caught up in thinking 7 minutes don't matter here.
No, but it doesn't
We're
matter. It
talking
doesn't matter.
about
It doesn't
ground
matter.
that can be covered in a vehicle in a short time. We're talking about 2 towns that are fairly close together. And so the way a car points when they go off a network matters a whole lot in this circumstance. That's not corrected in any of the affidavits. That's the part that's really exculpatory to Mr. Kohberger, is what direction, when the phone stops reporting to the network, what direction
I don't
is
know.
the car
I
traveling?
don't know where
And
it
you
turned on.
can know that based on the cell towers, the handoffs from tower to tower, as it tracks where a phone's going. The FBI knows how to do this. They chose not to do this. They chose to take a time 7 minutes before it really stopped reporting, and they chose to make a map that showed a direction that that phone wasn't traveling in, to create a false narrative for the magistrate to
No,
rely
it's
on
not a false
to find
narrative.
probable cause.
See, they think that they're saying, sometimes they say it went this direction. Well, right, but that's that Highway 27. You can come down and then cut across and do. I mean, there's tons of different things. He was driving all over the place.
Your Honor,
Kohberger
I
was.
draw the court's attention
I
to
drove this
D7
route
and 8.
here. It's
Those
crazy.
are the affidavits from
This
the
one.
defense experts. Their CVs are in D28. Once the second,
All right, guys, what do I need to do to get the support for the channel up tonight? Do I need to break dance or do some sort of... I can't because my back is messed up. But if you guys like these kind of shows where we're going over in detail different things and discussing it, then I would appreciate it if you would consider helping support the channel like we used to always do here, without me having to ask 100 times. You know, it's sort of it's soul crushing every time I have
AT&T
to
warrant
ask.
comes, then you end up with warrants for Mr. Kohberger's arrest. You end up with warrants for DNA samples to be taken, warrants for the search of his apartment, the search
It didn't start. This is a hearing from a week ago or so.
of his car, the search of his parents' house. Those are the warrants that are next
You okay, Cam Hart?
implied
You all
in
right?
that. Here, what's added to that set of affidavits.
5 brain cells.
Cells 4 ain't working.
That sounds almost exactly like it. Where is it?
5 brain cells, 4 aren't working.
There we go.
Is the paragraph that talks about Mr. Kohberger's phone using a tower that provides service to 1122 King on a number of occasions. The PC affidavit says 12. Your
No,
Honor
12,
needs
not
to
11.
take a look at, I believe it is D1B and C. That's an email from Nicholas Balance. and
But
he's
it's not that
talking-
she's cherry picking information. It's that everything she brings up is a terrible argument. If there's nothing interesting in there that makes you go, you know, I literally would. If there was like a really good point, I'd go, damn, that's a good point there. That's a really good point. But I don't see it. Okay? Do you get it? I don't know what you guys are talking about.
Talking to the detective in Moscow about the dates that he says this thing happened.
But there's nothing that makes
And then
sense
he
to me.
puts those dates in his cast draft report and in his cast final report, and they don't match up.
We know Mike
They're
Fitzpatrick. We
different
get it,
dates.
Mike Fitzpatrick. Everybody gets it, Mike Fitzpatrick. You don't need to make it sound like you're, being very sort of nuanced. Hey, everybody, listen. Kohberger has the right to be defended too. We all know that, but this attorney, Ann Taylor, right here, sounds like a lunatic. She literally is not making any sense at all, making terrible arguments, and I think it's because they don't have any arguments. She's trying to find, trying to thread a needle in a haystack that she can't even see the needle in. She's just trying something, and I think at some point that the defense team is going to, I think Kohberger might actually plead guilty at some point. You know that? And I wonder what all these people are going to say out there. All these people that are pro-burgers. Oh, hey, Hey, thanks so much, Ozzy Tricia. I think it's very possible that they are going to plead guilty, and he's going to try to avoid the death penalty because everybody knows he did it. She knows he did it. Her arguments of how he didn't do it are so lame and ridiculous and weak. Oh, wow. There's one camera that they're really sure it's his car driving around on the Elantra, but the other ones, they see an Elantra, they see a white car driving around at the same exact time it should be there, but they can't tell for certain. So how do we know that? I mean, it's stupid. Okay? It's like if you saw a video of a person walking, and at one scene it's a little bit dark, but you see him walking, and it's 1:03 and 5 seconds, and they go around a corner, and there's another camera that picks them up at 1:03 and 8 seconds, and now it's a brighter camera, so now they have, looks like, the jeans and everything you can see, and they go, see, but you can't tell it's the same person. It's not the same person. It's really bogglingly dumb, okay? And I don't know how people aren't seeing this.
On those, different times on those. But the really big deal about that is that it's misleading when you say the cell tower that also...
I actually think the prosecution has a hell of a lot more damning evidence that doesn't show up in any of these hearings because the prosecution isn't going to mention them, and the defense sure as hell isn't going to mention them because it would make all their pro-burger buddies disappear. They'll talk about these crazy, okay, if we can get the DNA thrown out, they're going for Hail Marys. I think there is no chance that this DNA gets thrown out. Zero. And it's not even she didn't make a good argument, nor did she understand how it works.
Services this particular location. Moscow has, I think, 2 cell towers that service the town. Those cover places that one shops, places that one eats, places that one gets gas in Moscow. From the records, you can see handoffs, and so you know where a vehicle is going. You can know whether it's stationary or not. You can know whether it's parked, looking at a particular place or not. Based on those records, we also provided the records just so the court would know there's a volume of records. I don't expect the court to
Hey, Cam Hart, thanks for the coffee. Appreciate it.
Decipher those records. But based on those records, they absolutely knew that Mr. Kohberger wasn't around that residence, wasn't parked near the residence, didn't stop and have his phone in a stationary position at that residence. They absolutely knew that that's not what was happening, but they put it in there to make a connection that didn't exist.
They never said anything about his phone being there.
They put it in there so that the judge would think that this was the right person. And
you mean on the other trips that he did?
They knew that was incorrect.
No, what they were trying to show is that he'd been to the area, his phone pinged on the same tower that services 1122 King Road, and therefore he's familiar with the area, and likely, I guess you don't have to believe it's likely, but if he went there 11 different times, and usually late at night, except one time he's there really late at night, well, then you sort of wonder, what's he doing? Is he stalking the area, looking? I'm going to tell you this right now. I've been there, right? So to know that you can drive up here and come around is something that you would only know if you'd been there. Because whenever you look at this, you see these trees. If you're looking at a map, You just go, oh yeah, you can't get back there. Well, when you go there, you can see you can actually drive around. So you would have to go there and drive around and sort of surveil the area. And then also, on the way out, when he finally left, the vehicle drove up on Willanta Drive like this, and then it went all the way down, and then down like this, and then out onto, I think it was called, one of the highways down there. Now my brain doesn't remember. What's the name of this one? It was, oh yeah, Palouse River Drive. And then he takes a right onto the highway. Now there's 16 minutes of missing time where he likely, it's possible too that he took this other route and then came out right down here. And that would eat up that time. But there's 16 minutes of missing time when his phone pings right here. Now tell me, when the hell was he ever at Wawawe Park? When Ann Taylor herself, oops, let it slip, that his vehicle actually pinged right here off, or it didn't ping it, it was seen on this house right here. Right on the exact loop that we identified a long time ago. That means his vehicle was right here that night and likely between 3:30 and 4 something, right? So that means is, you know, because that's the time frame. They have him coming in at 3:26 over here. That means it's after 3:26 and before 4:20 when they see the white Elantra driving by right here. Now tell me, what are the odds that that's not him? Okay. It's like 1 in a billion.
They also changed that quite a bit,
Well,
performed a drive
longer,
testing.
but I had to get my granddaughter.
And so there were other bits of data that
Hey,
kept coming
well, thanks,
in
Ozzy Tricia.
so that they would know that was untrue. Now, for a magistrate to be relying, remember, on somebody who's a witness, somebody who's been interviewed 4 or 5 times, and continually says something that's absolutely impossible.
No, I won't be making a video of somebody running up and down the stairs. I don't know what that means. I said I thought it was Xana. If there is somebody that ran up and down the stairs, it would have been Xana. But
has memory problems, and the judge never knows that. And we'll keep the...
However, it sounds like the person that Dylan Mortensen said ran up the stairs was actually one of the victims found in a bed. And I'm not certain that Xana was found on a bed because she was seen as the person's walking down the hall. She's seen, and then entering the room, you could see Ethan Chapin. So it might be that he was on a bed, and I think Xana hit the floor. That's why there was a thud sound. So I think what Dylan might have said was that it was Madison or Kaylee going down the stairs, and that sort of just doesn't make a lot of sense based on how things happened. They were both on the same bed, killed.
IgG identification off to the side. But then you have this false narrative that looks like stalking, that looks like following, and it's not true. That is extremely damaging. It's very misleading. It's an outright lie to the magistrate. When you omit that kind of information, when you take that context out, you might as well say stalking because that's what you're trying to say, and you know that's not true.
No,
This
they
court
don't know it's
can
not
rely
true.
on our proffer.
They don't know that's not true. He drove over there 11 times. His phone utilized the same tower, and he was there late at night every time except for one time.
In D1B and in the cast draft report. And
I mean, what argument did she just make that made us go, oh, okay, so he wasn't stalking? You don't believe he was stalking, but they do.
the cast final report because those dates change. The court can rely on the evidence that will be produced at a hearing.
Look at the
from
judge. Look at the
defense
judge.
experts that will talk about the handoffs, the patterns of handoffs, and how misleading that paragraph
I got that handball game later.
was to the magistrate. The real story is exculpatory.
What did I get? What sound effect? Let's see. What? Hey. Testing. How do I get out of this thing?
exculpatory to Mr. Kohberger. He was not stationary around that house. He was never in that house. He did go to Moscow. He did drive around, but he wasn't over there.
Oh my God, this again?
And the phone records absolutely show that. We'll move forward to the set of warrants that come a little bit later in February, March, April. I'm talking about Amazon, Google, Apple, those kinds of warrants that come later. Here's what is left out of all of those warrants. The fact that
I know this is kind of lame, you guys, but can you guys hit the like button for God's sakes? I mean, 192 likes, and we've had 1,676 different people watching. Can you hit the damn like button? It's the easiest thing in the world. You do it for all the shitty YouTubers out there. Why don't you do it for the good one? Hit that like button, hit that like button 10, 20, 25, 30. Hit that like button 40. Hit that like button 50, 60, 75, 80. Use your nose, use your toes, whatever blows. Hit that like button. It's the easiest damn thing to do in the world. Just hit the button, hit the button, hit the button. God, it's ridiculous. Let's see.
Mr. Kohberger gets arrested, his apartment gets searched, his car gets searched, his car gets searched again, and his car gets searched again, and there's absolutely no connection between him and anybody from
No, I don't know the date.
1122.
They never gave the dates.
And what I mean by that is that there's no blood in his car. There's no He wasn't connected to that house, to the people
Why was
in the
he cut
house.
off there?
Your Honor, I'm
Maybe I'm thinking of a different date for the AT&T. I thought, not the cell tower stuff. Are you still talking about the cell tower stuff?
no, I mean that stuff applies
He was daydreaming. He didn't know where he is at right now. You still talking about the cell tower stuff?
to every single warrant we have because that was
I thought you
early.
transitioned to warrants that were obtained after the arrest.
I did.
Yeah, and by the time of the arrest, they had a direct DNA connection.
Right. Exactly.
Your Honor, what I'm talking about,
Some other evidence that the defense can claim in
Right. So that's exactly right.
cross-examination or their own case is exculpatory, but isn't the DNA connection in and of itself probable cause to support any of it from there?
Your Honor, the DNA I'm talking about is the lack of DNA in Mr. Kohberger's car and the lack of DNA in his apartment, the lack of connection to the individuals.
What is that?
Yeah.
Even if disclosed,
How does it affect anything?
preclude a finding of probable cause when there's a DNA match between the DNA in the sheath and Mr. Kohberger. Isn't that probable cause every day and twice on Sunday?
Not in this context.
Yes, it is. It is in this.
Not
one.
in this context because of
Jeez,
the
that's
IGG
ridiculous.
work. Because
Oh God, that's hilarious. Every day and twice on
and that's
Sunday.
the ultimate question that will be before a jury.
That was from
What
the
does
movie,
that mean, right? What does
Few Good Men, I
a
think.
knife sheath at a scene mean? That's going to be the ultimate question.
No, not a few good
Killed by a
men.
knife at the property.
Not a few good men. What was the one where he says, "You can't handle the truth"? I think that's what one of the lawyers told the Tom Cruise character. He said, "I'd rather have you be the lawyer every single day and twice on Sunday." Remember that?
It means a lot.
It might. It might mean a lot.
Probable cause is not a proof beyond a reasonable doubt
Yeah, it's
standard.
just 51%.
It's probable
Oh, it
cause
was
to
a few
think
good
that
men. I
this
got it right.
person might have done it. And I'm not sure how that direct DNA connection to a sheath found on or near one of the victims doesn't close the book on anything on probable cause after that.
Well, I think it doesn't close the door on probable cause. I think when you know the other factual information that the magistrate should have known, I think
I
that
didn't ask the character.
there's a lot of pause even at a probable cause level, Judge. This was information withheld from the magistrate, and I'm talking about, let's just go with the car. Let's just go with
I understand the lack of evidence of DNA material or other victim-related material in the car and in his apartment, as asserted, but I'm not sure how that precludes probable cause when there's a direct DNA match. There's plenty of reasons that that might be the case. And when a magistrate's looking at this, they have a direct DNA match to a person from a object associated, likely
Right.
associated with a murder weapon.
Right.
I have not yet a magistrate would not find that probable cause.
Right. Nothing else matters.
If the magistrate had the other facts, I think the magistrate would have some serious concerns and would not find probable cause.
You're absolutely lying to yourself and everybody listening to you. You're full of shit.
Your Honor,
Nothing, every single other argument that she made in this entire day was garbage. It was just sort of, because you don't believe something, therefore it means something else. There's no factual information at all that she's provided during this entire hearing that would make anybody change their mind on anything.
vehicle, and I know the court knows what I'm going to say, there's not DNA in that vehicle that was brought out from a crime scene. This absolutely matters, Your Honor. If you want to go to the state's theory, right, with their videos that they've talked about, that they told the magistrate about, that this is the video, this is what matters, it parks at this certain time, it leaves at this certain time. If you want to go to that, there's about 13 minutes of time, right? 13 minutes between the last time you see the car and the next time you see the car on the video. And if you end up with a car that's searched,
Is this where people are getting 13 minutes from? Hold on, let me go back.
Information withheld from the magistrate, and I'm talking about, let's just go with the car. Let's just go with.
I understand the lack of evidence of DNA material or other victim-related material in the car and in his apartment, as asserted, but I'm not sure how that precludes probable cause when there's a direct DNA match. There's plenty of reasons that that might be the case.
Mm-hmm.
And when a magistrate's looking at this, they have a direct DNA match to a person from a object associated, likely associated with a murder weapon. I have not yet a magistrate would not find that probable cause.
If the magistrate had the other facts, I think the magistrate would have some serious concerns and would not find probable cause. Your Honor, the vehicle, and I know the court knows what I'm going to say, there's not DNA in that vehicle that was brought out from a crime scene. This absolutely matters, Your Honor. If you want to go to the state's theory, right, with their videos that they've talked about, that they told the magistrate about, that this is the video, this is what matters, it parks at this certain time, it leaves at this certain time. If you want to go to that, there's about 13 minutes of time, right? 13 minutes between the last time you see the car and the next time you see the car on the video.
We don't know what she's talking about.
And if you end up with a car that's searched, and I mean searched and taken apart, the brake is taken apart, the gear shift is taken apart, the key fob is checked.
But he obviously did something to mitigate the blood getting into the vehicle. He's in school for, what was it, criminology, right? A doctorate student. The only thing he missed was when he cleaned the knife sheath before bringing it, he missed that little part under the button. Without that, nobody would know who he is right now. They would have had a white Elantra. Maybe they would have tried to look into him or something. But without the DNA, that little piece of DNA is really what makes Bryan Kohberger the killer, and thus all of the circumstantial evidence with the white Elantra driving around and his lack of an alibi, etc., all absolutely point to Bryan Kohberger. So he's probably sitting around just going, God, that little tiny bit of touch DNA, how did I do that? It really bothers him. It's really bothering him a lot. There's
no blood on any of that, none. The steering wheel.
put it into a
There's
plastic bag.
some
and-
kind of spray all over the interior of the car to check for it. There's no blood. I think that there's context that the magistrate should have known. That's absolutely exculpatory to Mr. Kohberger, and
That's not exculpatory. It's not exculpatory at all. It doesn't point away from him because it doesn't point to anybody else. It just means he figured out a way not to have blood in the vehicle. You get it? There's no exculpatory anything here.
it matters a whole lot.
I'm not saying it's not potentially exculpatory. I'm just saying I'm
It's
not
not.
sure how knowing that in light of a positive DNA connection would trump, would cause any magistrate to say, well, okay, I guess there's no probable cause here because.
See, for me, it's not exculpatory. Because all it means is that it doesn't point to anybody. It's sort of like in the Abby and Libby case, right? The Delphi case. There's no DNA found by any killer at the crime scene. Okay, so, but there was a killer there. And in fact, the defense tried to imply that there was a whole bunch of Odinists there. And the prosecution believes it's just one individual. So what's more likely, that one individual didn't leave DNA at the crime scene, or a pack of wild Odinists that didn't leave any at the crime scene? The answer is, well, one would have a better chance of not leaving anything, but yet there was no DNA left at the crime scene. Just like this case. There is no DNA. So the people were killed and no DNA was left at the crime scene. How come? The only thing that was left was that little bit on the knife sheath. And there was no DNA in Kohberger's car. Maybe that's because he did exactly the same thing. He was conscious about it. That's why there's no DNA in the house, other than that knife sheath. But hey, guys, if you're out there, if you could please, if you can consider supporting the channel, that'd be great. My channel relies on the generosity of the people watching the show, and that's how it survives. Because when you do these live streams on cases like this, very often after the show's over, they get demonetized by YouTube because of the content that you're talking about. So it really kind of relies on you guys. So if you feel like I do a good job and you know, kind of like how I'm covering it, I would appreciate your consideration for some support. Maybe do the buy me a coffee. You know, I am kind of thirsty right now. I could definitely use one of those.
You couldn't find other connection to forensic evidence when there are other.
That's right, Jessica Miller. That's right.
Other things in the affidavit that were affidavits at that point that could explain that, including the use of covering clothing and covering gloves and all that could be put into a bag.
Well, see, I don't know. See, I think Jessica Miller and some people think that he wanted to go back and get the sheath. I actually think there's a good chance that he left that knife sheath there as a calling card. And when people say, well, he went back at 9, I think he went back to admire his work. He went back there like so many other criminals do. Arsonists do it. Killers do it. They get a thrill out of looking at all the people going around and the ambulances and the police and stuff like that. I think it'd almost be absolutely idiotic for a killer to go back to a crime scene so late in the morning, where you would think, I think it was totally reasonable that he went there thinking that there was going to be a big law enforcement presence there. So when he got there, there was nobody there. And so obviously he didn't go back in the house or anything like that. He went there to admire his work, and then he took off when he realized there was nobody there. I think there's a good chance that he left that knife sheath there intentionally out in the open for them to see right when they got there on the bed. And now it could be not that. You know, there's another scenario that I have that's why he went back upstairs to, you know, get the knife sheath, and when he comes back down, that's when Xana is still alive, and then he kills her, and then he leaves. Ding, ding, ding. Hey, thanks, Lisa Valenzuela, for the coffee. Yeah, that's a tough one tonight, you guys.
Real quick on the way out, that was in one of the affidavits. I guess, and I don't intend to argue with you about it. I understand your other arguments, but when you get to once they have the actual DNA, evidentiary DNA,
Right, like she's almost angry too that they have that DNA. It's almost like she's trying to try the case as if the DNA doesn't exist. And yeah, it would be amazing. Like, get rid of the DNA. And then you have Ann Taylor going, look it, there's no DNA in his car. How could he have done it? You know, there's a white Elantra driving around and you know, they have it identified in one video, but the other ones, we don't know if that's the same one. It's driving around. They have this thing. And you could see that that might work. But the foundation of the entire probable cause is that on the knife sheath that was left at the crime in a 12-minute window while a white Elantra stayed parked right outside had Bryan Kohberger's DNA on it. And then it drove away at a high rate of speed at 420. So 408, the white Elantra is driving around back there, and at 420 it drives away at a high rate of speed. So that means inside of that 12 minutes, a knife sheath was left on Madison Mogen's bed on her right side, and on that knife sheath, underneath the button, was Bryan Kohberger's DNA. Therefore, circumstantially, it's not reasonable to believe that the white Elantra out there was somebody else's white Elantra. It's also not reasonable that somebody else had Bryan Kohberger's phone and turned it on at 4:48 near Blaine, Idaho. It's not reasonable at all because Kohberger had the phone and his car later in the day when he went down to Clarkston and Lewiston, Washington, you know, down that area. When he went to Albertsons, you see him with his phone, with his car, and he's on camera.
It seems to me.
I don't know what you're talking about, Newscrasher. Can you just be normal for one night? Just one time. It'd be great.
Well, Your Honor should never get to that question, but I'm going to answer it for you. But you should never get to that question because you should have already found that AT&T 1 and AT&T 2 were terrible, and there's no probable cause for those, and they just build on each other. So you should find that the very first one lacked probable cause, and then everything else does as well.
What do you mean hearing this? There was one moment where we already said earlier that we thought maybe if it is true, then it was Xana going upstairs to see what was happened and then was chased down. Except for the fact that Ann Taylor also said that the person that Dylan Mortensen mentioned was one of the people that was found on a bed, and I'm not necessarily convinced that Xana is one of the people found on a bed, because when the thud happened, I think that was her, and that's why she was seen from the hallway, and Ethan was only seen once you enter the room. So then that would make it so it wasn't one of the people, that wasn't Xana or Ethan that was running up and down the stairs.
But let me answer
And
your
unfortunately, she just didn't mention their names. I don't know why.
question there. If the magistrate judge had been told there's unknown male B in blood in the house attached to the handrail, that might have made more of a difference to her. Maybe a sheath that can be carried to the house and blood in the house that's not the same, maybe that matters. And then maybe the car being completely empty of any blood DNA connection, maybe that matters a little bit more. Maybe it,
Well, I'm just not sure why it matters for probable cause, but I think we're talking over each other, so I'll let you just go on.
okay. I don't think probable cause is in a vacuum. I think probable cause isn't one thing. I hope it's not one thing. I hope there has to be a little bit more than one thing, especially when you've got another thing that's the same as the one thing.
Well, I said I wouldn't do this, but I'm going to do it anyway, because you brought up blood DNA of an unknown individual that was found, I think, on the handrail.
Yes.
Doesn't that necessarily not exclude Mr. Kohberg? What it may do is suggest there might be a potential other person in addition involved, if you assume that.
Okay, so so he does mention that there's blood or something.
That's the same as the one thing.
Well, I said I wouldn't do this, but I'm going to do it anyway, because you brought up blood DNA of an unknown individual that was found, I think, on the handrail.
Yes.
doesn't that necessarily not exclude Mr. Kohberg? What it may do is suggest there might be a potential other person in addition involved if you assume that that blood was related to the victims and not some earlier event in the house.
If, what the court is saying is exactly why the magistrate needed to know that. Is there another explanation here? I've got this sheath, but there are all these other things that if I know about them, matter.
To forensic evidence, when there are other things in the affidavit that, or affidavits at that point, that could explain that, including the use of covering clothing and covering gloves and all that that could be.
Yes, this is what I was just saying earlier. Listen to this.
I'm not sure how knowing that in light of a positive DNA connection would trump, would cause any magistrate to say, well, okay, I guess there's no probable cause here because you couldn't find other connection to forensic evidence, when there are other things in the affidavit that, or affidavits at that point, that could explain that, including the use of covering clothing and covering gloves and all that that could be put into a bag real quick on the way out that was in one of the affidavits. I guess, and I don't intend to argue with you about it, I mean, I understand your other arguments, but when you get to once they have the actual DNA, evidentiary DNA, it seems to me that it's an uphill battle to say there's not probable cause at that point.
Well, Your Honor should never get to that question, but I'm going to answer it for you. But you should never get to that question because you should have already found that AT&T 1 and AT&T 2 were terrible, and they
Oh, jeez. She said.
maybe it.
Well, I'm just not sure why it matters for a probable cause, but I think we're talking over each other, so I'll let you just go on.
Okay. I don't think probable cause is in a vacuum. I think probable cause isn't one thing. I hope it's not one thing. I hope there has to be a little bit more than one thing, especially when you've got another thing that's the same as the one thing.
Well, I said I wouldn't do this, but I'm going to do it anyway because you brought up blood DNA of an unknown individual that was found, I think, on the handrail.
Yes.
Doesn't that necessarily not exclude Mr. Kohberg? What it may do is suggest there might be a potential other person in addition involved if you assume that that blood was related to the victims and not some earlier event in the house.
If, what the court is saying is exactly why the magistrate needed to know that. Is there another explanation here? I've got this sheath, but there are all these other things that if I know about them, matter. What's the other explanation? What's going on with this investigation? What's happening here? That's exactly the point, Your Honor. What other explanation is there? The magistrate wasn't given a chance to ask that. She wasn't given a chance to ask that when she wasn't told about unknown male B, blood on the handrail. She wasn't given a chance to ask about that when she wasn't told about unknown male D, blood on a glove right outside the residence.
Okay, but it was by the garbage can, right? And a YouTuber might have put it there.
She wasn't given a chance to ask any of those questions. She didn't know that Bryan's car and the court's question, good question, what does that mean? Could it mean there's more than one person?
I think he would have got
The
away
answer
with
to
it
that
without
is,
that DNA.
or it could mean it's not Bryan because his car's got nothing in it and there were only 13 minutes to do this. The magistrate
Sassy
didn't get to
Tricia.
know that.
In fact, his DNA is still on the knife sheet, though. That's the problem, counsel, for probable cause
Please hit
purposes.
the like button. It's free and helps the channel.
If that's the only thing she's told, I can see why she'd find probable cause. It's these other things that are withheld that create a context around it. I think the purpose of Frank's is to ask this very question, and this is a question. What do we want to do with our criminal justice system? Do we want to have one thing with no context around it when there's this other context that really matters?
Applying the Frank standard, which is, even if you add that stuff, does that take away probable cause, counsel? And my problem is, once you have a direct DNA,
Right. You can't take away probable cause on any of this stuff. I mean, the DNA on the knife sheath is all that's required, and that even puts it above 51%.
tie to the defendant for purposes of probable cause. This isn't for purposes of conviction. For purposes of probable cause, you have not explained to me why a reasonable magistrate, let alone...
All right, everybody, hit that like button right now. We have 360 people watching, 229 likes. We need to get that up to 275, or we'll just keep pausing. So here we go. Hit that like button, 10, 20, 25, 30. Hit that like button, 40. Do I hear 50, 55, 60? Hit that like button. It's one of the easiest things to do in the world. You just hit the like button. Use your nose, use your toes, whatever blows. Hit that like button. Gray, I hate it when you do that. If I want to hit the like button, I'll do it. I can't believe you're forcing me to hit the like button, you bastard. People actually say shit like that. Why don't you just be polite when somebody's spending 3 hours on a show where nobody's supporting the channel? Hit the damn like button when you show up. Is it that difficult? It's pretty simple. You know what I'm saying? See, Gray, I don't like it. Everybody else is so nice. Ah, Jesus. Give me a break.
Any magistrate wouldn't find probable cause there, even if they knew all those other facts.
Yeah.
As to Mr. Kohberger, now, there may be, as you say, other people that creates concern or issues about that need to be investigated further, but I'm not sure that that diminishes the probable causes.
Why don't you guys do IgG on those DNA samples?
On or near the victim.
Let's figure out that it's a guy that was at a party a year before, cut his hand on a glass and left it on the rail there. Yeah, see, what it doesn't change is the fact that there's DNA on the knife sheath. Now, if Kohberger wants to say that he had some partners with him that were helping him that night, that'd be great. Come forward. We'll all listen.
With said alleged knife that would have been in said alleged sheath.
Yeah, the standard for probable cause is just probable, means 51%. Like it leans in that direction.
I think the most prominent question is, how did that sheath get there? And I think when you ask that question,
Well, the killer left
I think
it
you can
there.
have DNA on an object
Oh, God, here we go.
at a scene
Oh, Jesus.
when you know about all of these other things and you don't find probable cause, because there are more questions than there
The DNA was found on the clasp when it was actually snapped together. Okay? And it's found on a knife sheath that was left at the crime scene in a 12-minute window, when just prior to in the 12-minute window, it is, bookended by a white Elantra stopping. Then there's 12 minutes and a knife sheath is left with Kohberger's DNA on it, and then 12 minutes later an Elantra is speeding away at a high rate of speed. What reasonable person wouldn't believe that that's Bryan Kohberger's white Elantra at that point? He doesn't even have an alibi. He admits to driving around. Ann Taylor just told you his car was in the area. God, that's just amazing.
then there are answers, and all of a sudden this one thing doesn't look as big. It doesn't look as everything pointing to it when you have the context around it. The magistrate didn't have to have every detail of the case, but knowing how many attempts to find a DNA connection there were, and it didn't exist, in Bryan's car, in Bryan's apartment, that there's no other DNA in there other than an unknown male B that we know of for sure, an unknown male D outside. There is a lot of context there, and all of a sudden this one thing, the question of how is that there, is the question that the magistrate should have had. And then
How is it
we
there?
come to
What
all of
do
the
you
other
mean?
things that we've talked about.
Hey, thank you, Tumbleweed. When I was a kid, I lived in New Mexico. and tumbleweeds are all over the place. I lived there, I think, when my dad was an artist, so it was in like Santa Fe and Albuquerque, but Santa Fe is where we lived last. And you go outside and there'd be these tumbleweeds all over the place. And it'd be really windy, and sometimes you'd see those tumbleweeds just flying up in the air. And sometimes we would get newspapers and just kind of cut them into strips and then hold it for a while and let it go, and they would just take off and go on forever. Like it would just, it's pretty crazy. What am I looking at? Thanks, tumbleweed. Did their phone ping near turn off, then on? What am I looking at? What am I looking at? Oh, yeah. Hopefully it makes a sound here in a minute. I want to see the... I'm not sure what I'm looking for. You're saying look at. What am I looking at? I don't know. All right, here we go.
We've come to what we relied on. One of the witnesses saying things that absolutely couldn't be true. One of the things that the witness who said these things that couldn't be true also admitted she didn't really know anything. You can't rely on that anymore, so you take that out. You know the identification to this sheath that maybe seems like it would be really good. You don't really even know how that happened, and you don't know how it got there. This isn't like DNA in blood on the wall from Mr. Kohberger. That's not there. That doesn't exist in this scene.
Yeah, I've already talked about it. It's impossible. I made a whole video on it's impossible for Kohberger to be at Wawawe Park given the time frame, his phone pinging at Blaine, and then him being at Wawawe and then back into Pullman, Washington. It's impossible. So I've already made a video on that. Of course, the pro-burgers don't watch things like that. They only watch things that confirm their bias. And so when you watch something like that, it's like, oh, that doesn't make sense. Yeah, okay, yeah, that Kohberger couldn't have done that. But I can't believe that. I think he was at Wawawe Park, so we can't believe what Gray put in his video. Forget that.
Talking about an item that the question of how should be, especially when you know about the other male DNA in the house, and especially when you know about the lack of DNA connections.
Except there's a huge one. His DNA
There's
was on a knife
also
sheath.
no connection between the people in the house and Mr. Kohberger,
Right,
based
well, that's
on
normally what
their
serial
cell phones,
killer-like
based on
people
social media accounts.
do.
There's just no connection.
When she's saying there's no connection, so what about all these other things when people say that he was communicating, sent Maddie a message or something? Is all that stuff bogus? I mean, we don't know because we never got that information.
The magistrate wasn't aware of all of those factors when she was being asked to decide on probable cause.
Right, but why does she need to be aware of every conceivable factor? She just needs to see the factors that they're putting in the probable cause document. Well, guess what? Bryan Kohberger wasn't on the moon, everybody. She wasn't aware of that. Maybe she would have decided something differently. Bryan Kohberger wasn't in Hawaii at the time. I wonder if the magistrate would have chosen something differently had they known that he was not in Hawaii. I mean, it's just ridiculous stuff here.
I don't think criminal justice means one piece of evidence out of the context of everything else is all you need. Context matters a whole lot.
Well, you're not suggesting the magistrate was told that there was DNA evidence found in Mr. Kohberger's car or in his apartment. The lack of inclusion also can be viewed as the implied of, they're obviously not telling me they found this, when they would have if they did.
I'm not 100% sure I followed. I'm not sure. Are you asking me why I think that's important as far as the Frank's purposes?
Well, for Frank's purposes.
What about Vinny?
You are implying, I
Let's
think,
see.
necessarily that.
There he is. Hey, it is
Tell the
Vinny.
magistrate that they did.
I was like,
find
there's Vinny. And I was like, what about? Oh, there he is.
the lack
right
of
there.
evidence in other places.
Come on, Vinny.
The car.
You got to know this is garbage right here. Come on, admit it. Admit it to yourself.
They didn't tell the
This
magistrate
lady's all over the place.
that there was evidence. This is a omission.
This is one of the omissions, yes. Yes, we have false statements and we have omissions both. It's not one thing in this case.
Come on,
There's
Vinny.
understanding completely.
Yeah.
This is
Thank you for
just.
that. I wasn't following the question the court was asking.
Hey, thanks, Ozzy. Tricia. He
The
probably
other
can't answer that one.
Thing,
It's good to see you, though.
I think I covered all on my proffer, Your Honor. Thank you.
Whenever I'm on Vinny's show, I'm the most hated person in the comments section in history. It doesn't matter what case it is. If I'm not selling the conspiratorial side of it, oh man, these people. It's actually kind of funny. At some point, you go in there, and I would say every fifth comment is just, "Oh, why do you have that gray guy? Why is he over here? Why is he doing something?" Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah. Anyway, so then she comes on, and I don't know if you guys want to. I was going to do the DNA portion now. This is the stuff we know. And so she gets up there right there.
Your Honor, our position is that the court should suppress the IGG identification and everything that flows from that. This is supported by Fourth Amendment.
Yeah, if you guys want entertainment, though, if I'm on Court TV again, go underneath, whenever they post a video, like the next day, of the same segments, go in there and just look at all the hate, man. It's just the same people every single time. Oh, Gray was on there, okay. And then they have this little community of people that they get all together and they all rush in there. And it's actually, it's kind of comical that these people spend so much time thinking about me, It's hilarious.
Of the United States Constitution, due process, Article 1, Section 17 of the Idaho Constitution. Your Honor, there was
Yeah,
no
they are
warrant
weirdos.
for several phases of the search that led to the IGG work, investigative genetic genealogy. And we think every single one of those stages, a warrant was required, none was given, and so this must be suppressed. Your Honor, I'd like to identify.
Right, now here's the thing about, this is totally bogus right here. Who do you give the warrant to if you're testing DNA that's just found at a crime scene? You don't even know whose it is. Who are you sending the warrant to? Okay, is she implying that you need to give a warrant to the genealogy company? And that's just not true at all. And Bryan Kohberger's rights were not interfered with whatsoever regarding the DNA because he wasn't even in 23andMe or any of the websites that I can't remember if it was Family Tree DNA or there's another one that was used. There's GEDmatch, Family Tree DNA, and a third one that I kept saying to Dr. Colleen Fitzpatrick, and she'd always correct me with the name of that one. But I think that's the one, and in that one, is there people in here that aren't really familiar with how this works? Like, put a 1 if I can explain it in about less than 2 minutes. If you're not familiar with how IGG actually works. No, it wasn't 23andMe. There's 3 lower level ones. Yeah, MyHeritage. There it is. Carol just got it right. So it's MyHeritage is the other one. Zozo's heard it 1,000 times. But literally, if you don't understand it, just put a 1 in the chat. Even if just one person puts it, I'll still do it. Because it's really important how it actually works. All right, so they have this unknown DNA sample. You find it at a crime scene, right? Now, are all of you familiar with 23andMe and Ancestry.com, etc.? All those things, all those places? Are you guys familiar with that? Right. So when you are on 23andMe and Ancestry.com, you spit into a tube and you send it off, and then they get your DNA out of that and they put it into the system. When you're done with that, you can download a zip file that's your raw data. And then for people that are looking for lost relatives in an open forum, etc., you can upload that raw data, the zip file even. It's crazy how it extracts it and everything. You upload the zip file to a place like GEDmatch or Ancestry, I think it was Family Heritage, and then Family Tree DNA. You can upload raw data, and then it comes back with your matches, right? And it'll show based on centimorgans. You don't even have to know what centimorgans means, but the higher the number of centimorgans, the closest the relative is. So you start building out trees, and you use newspapers.com to find obituaries and start building out trees. And then you try to find the ancestor on both the male and the father and mother side of the person, right? And you also, when you originally get the DNA, you put it into CODIS first and try to find a match. If you can't find a match, then that's when you deploy IgG. So then you got this genealogists out there putting the pieces together, and then they tell the detectives, hey, we believe it's this person. That's the tip they gave them. Now the detectives go out, and they've already got the sample, the original sample off the knife sheath. They've got it into CODIS, and now they're going to go and they track down the individual, and they surreptitiously collect a DNA sample, and in this case they got it out of a trash can that they had the trash company collect and store. Then they took the trash out, and not surprisingly, they were only able to find the father's of the killer's DNA, and it could have been at that point the daughter or Bryan Kohberger, but the daughter is immediately ruled out because she doesn't go to school or doesn't live anywhere near there. Bryan Kohberger was at Pullman, Washington. So that was enough to get probable cause to swab Bryan Kohberger, and when they arrested him, and then they swabbed him with a warrant, and then they compared that DNA, and it was a 1-to-1 match to the original DNA sample from the knife sheath. So there you go. That's how it worked. Now in this case, what was that name of that site again? God. MyHeritage is a larger database, but it allows you to upload raw data from Ancestry or 23andMe, and it comes back with all your relatives. But it says not for law enforcement use. That's their guidelines there. All right. Now I think it was Othram Labs originally had the DNA sample, and they were not able to find matches. So the FBI took over, and they went in and they went against the guidelines of MyHeritage and uploaded there's a software out there that can convert a DNA sequence into something that looks exactly like the raw data. You don't have to spit into it. It's just you take the DNA and then put the data in there, and then they uploaded the raw data to MyHeritage, and it had access to their entire database, and then they were able to determine that it came from the Kohbergers, right? You get what I'm saying? Yeah, they didn't break any laws or anything like that. They went against the community guidelines of the website. And all it was a tip. Law enforcement then had to go out and look to see if everything lined up. And it did. Kohberger is the killer, everybody. There is no doubt at all. There's no doubt whatsoever. And I'll still be doing shows and videos on this because I've got to be the one person that's countering all of the lunatics out there. You get it? All right. I think Vinny just came in and said hi and then took off. All right. Anyways, for those who didn't know how it all worked, did that make sense to you? And I definitely think that explanation was super chat worthy. What do you guys think? Okay, that's what I thought.
The 3 stages, and they are when Idaho State Police Forensics Lab through Moscow Police Department, moved a
And look at the DNA had absolutely nothing to do with Bryan Kohberger's DNA was not on 23andMe, it wasn't on Ancestry, it wasn't on MyHeritage, it wasn't on any of those other websites, okay? It wasn't on any of those. So he has no claim to, it would be a very interesting story if Bryan Kohberger's DNA was on MyHeritage and they broke those terms. That would be an interesting, that's where there's decisions that need to be made by somebody like, wow, so that went against the terms of service without them doing that, but even then, it's still just a lead, you see? But that's where it might cause an issue. Oh, Vinny said, let's see, what did he say there? Said, no expectation of privacy when you submit DNA to one of these sites. Yeah, that's what the judge was, I think they were arguing that in court. I think it would be interesting, though, if his DNA was on MyHeritage and they broke the terms of service and they were able to find his direct DNA match, like right there. That would have been kind of an interesting development, but he wasn't even on there. So all it really was a tip that led to the Kohbergers, and the DNA that they found in the trash turns out that it was the DNA from the father of the killer. Wow, thanks, Vinny. Jeez. I got a super chat from another YouTuber out there. All right. Hey, thank you. Oh, not just a YouTuber, though. He's got a whole court TV. Been around forever. He was doing Jodi Arias back when I was even doing Jodi Arias, if you can believe that. Anyways, thank you. Appreciate it. Very kind. Come on, what about the rest of you freaks out there? Let's see. And that was his first super chat. Oh, wow, it really was. Let's celebrate their first super chat on a live stream. Well, that was cool. Thank you for honoring me with your first super chat ever. Very cool. Didn't even see that part. Let's see, where is that? Yeah, look at that. Well, it says right below it, let's celebrate their first super chat. All right, so I think the judge, if the judge comes back, oh, cool. I think if the judge comes back and somehow it's an absolute travesty. He seems smart enough. He gets it. Like, he knows that it's just a tip, and the DNA is really, if you throw the DNA out and say that was, illegally gotten, and then the fruit from that tree is thrown out, there is no case here at all, right? There isn't one. It's basically I don't even know where you go back to. You wouldn't even have known to check to see the other officers that were looking for white Elantras, and even then, how would you be able to show that he was even in the house? You wouldn't be able to. So Kohberger's sitting around right now, angry at himself that he left that little tiny bit of DNA on that knife sheath. He is just going, God, I had it, man. I had it all figured out. I did it so perfectly. And he's so angry. And Ann Taylor feels the same way. She's probably like, damn, Bryan, why'd you leave that DNA on that knife sheath? Other than that, they have nothing. And it's sort of true, like the stuff that she's bringing up, it's irrelevant, though, because you've got the DNA on the knife sheath, but she brings up these things like, hey, there's no DNA in his car. Well, that would be fantastic information if the DNA wasn't on the knife sheath. That means he's already in the house, and he is in the house because the white Elantra was driving around until 4:08. It pulls right outside the house, parks, okay? And then the killings happen, and the knife sheath was left on the bed during the 12-minute period when the car is speeding away at 420 at a high rate of speed. Right? How do you get past that? So the evidence of the DNA on the knife sheath is incredibly strong circumstantial evidence that the white Elantra driving around was his too. Don't you guys agree with that? See, the thing is once you know that the DNA on the knife sheath is his, then the white Elantra driving around is his vehicle. Not only that, his attorney just admitted that they have it identified as one of his vehicles on the same loop that I think we even put on court TV one time. Like, we actually had that same exact loop on court TV, although I think the car drives the other direction on the loop. Isn't that crazy, you guys? Right here. This is where Ann Taylor even admits that they have him on camera right there. And obviously it's between 3:29 and 4:20. Right there. Apparently, though, he's at Wawawe Park, everybody. All right. Let's get back.
A DNA sample to Othram Laboratories
There it is, Othram
to
Labs,
develop a profile to run through genetic genealogy.
They couldn't find anything.
Genetic genealogy investigations. There was no warrant for that search for a SNP.
Right, because you don't. What warrant would you sign or do there?
Profile that could be used to attempt to identify somebody. The next stage would be when that was transferred to the FBI for their forensic investigative genetic genealogy work to try to identify somebody. No warrant was in place for that work either. Finally, there was a trash pool in Pennsylvania, and there was no warrant for that trash pool either.
Yeah, but that's ludicrous. When you throw garbage into a trash can, you give up, it's not yours anymore, especially when it's out on a curb. Now, in this case, the trash was next to the house, apparently, but the garbage man, once he pulled it off the property, then placed it into, then gathered the DNA, like set it aside for the investigators to go through it. Now, they only found the father's DNA in there, which wasn't surprising because Kohberger, when upon arrest, was sitting in his kitchen at a table, wearing gloves, by the way, sorting through the garbage at his house, removing anything that he used, and put it into a separate bag and then threw it into his neighbor's garbage can. And, because that's what a lot of innocent people do. Innocent people do that all the time. They sit around in their kitchen with gloves on and separate their trash and throw. And you know what I think? I think the fact that he was pulled over twice is exactly why he was paranoid. He thought, oh my God, they might be on to me. Because he was pulled over twice on the drive back. And then he was just freaking out and he started separating his trash. What a dumb idea, though. Didn't he realize that his father's DNA is still going to be in there? Hold on, let's see. I think my chat's messed up over here. Oh yeah, it said, the DNA is the foundation. The videos are confirmation. Would love to have the weapon or clothes, but this is a strong search. Yeah, I totally agree. And the DNA is really kind of what makes the Elantra his, right? Like, if his DNA wasn't on there, and there's no way to prove that that's his Elantra, let's say by a license plate or something, and it was merely just missing the front license plate, it'd be hard to make a strong enough case that that is his, right? But once you know that his DNA is on the knife sheath that was left there in a small little window, then of course, right at that moment, the Elantra's his, everything falls into place and it makes sense. He doesn't even have an alibi, you guys. You see what I'm saying? He doesn't even have an alibi. It's just, and one of the things that should have alerted people, don't you remember when they didn't want to give his alibi until they had all of what the state had for, like where a phone pinged, etc. He wanted to tailor it to that. But they said, no, you give it to us first. And that's how it should be, right? I mean, an alibi shouldn't be able to be tailored. It's an alibi or it's not. So you tell us what the hell it is. All right. Yeah, so the garbage is absolutely not his. This is the same thing that happened in April Tinsley case. You guys remember that one? I think she was like 8 years old in Indiana, and she was abducted and killed by a psycho. I mean, absolute nut job. I think John Miller is his name. And they collected the garbage right outside of his house, and it was a 1-to-1 match, and then they arrested him. What was amazing in that case is how the FBI profile was so accurate. They said that he would live in the northwest of, I think it's Fort, God, now I can't remember what part of that is. It's like northwest up in there. He'll live next to a school, etc. And every single bit of that was true. And we even, because of their profile, looked around, and we were looking on the street about a block away from where he lived. We just didn't know who the person was. It's pretty crazy.
All 3 of those stages of this case, there should have been a warrant, and there wasn't, and this must be suppressed. Your Honor, for the purposes of the Fourth Amendment protections and Article 1, Section 17 of the Idaho Constitution, we are looking to see if somebody has a privacy
What's that
interest
stuck on the screen there?
that society is ready to
Hold on.
support. In this case,
That's weird.
if society is not ready to support suppression of every bit of our DNA when the government does not have a warrant and searches it, there is no privacy right left.
Do you have any cases that hold that?
I do not have any cases that hold that.
I mean, what a ridiculous, like, you're not ready for something? Like, you want to do a precedent-setting moment here where you're just kind of, winging it?
Nor do I have any to the contrary that say that's not the case.
Definitely the contrary.
Your Honor, this
You need to
is
have
a
the affirmative
situation
ones.
where this identification was done in complete secret behind closed doors, and it's been continued to be a secret. And that should raise red flags for Your Honor about privacy interests that are at stake. The court can see from the various affidavits.
Hey, Vinny, we got to do one of those collaborations. We talked about that one time. I think that'd be pretty fun. Where we don't have to, it's not like we got to quickly get to the break or something, I don't know if you're still watching or not, but I always think that when, like during those shows, it's so hard to get your points out. Like I just struggle to get them out in the time frame, especially like on the Delphi case recently. Yeah, let's do it. All right. We'll have to figure out where or when, or we'll just pick one of these topics and just kind of go over it. I think it'd be pretty cool. Awesome.
Davids
Yeah, you can come over here. Maybe I can go on his one time, something like that.
in this case, that there's a lot of things done that don't say how Mr. Kohberger was identified. And the reason for that is because nobody wanted to talk about what happened here with the genetic genealogy. That search was done by making a profile in Othram Lab. That search did not lead anywhere. The FBI took over the search, and from there they did things that we have no idea what it is. That entire segment of this case is secret.
Right, that's because you got a whole bunch of people's names that you don't want you guys putting out there and digging through the ancestries, etc. But let me ask you this: what difference would it make what if a psychic came forward and said, "I think it's a guy named Bryan Kohberger," I see it in my head, it's Bryan Kohberger, and then you go out there and by God, it turns out to be Bryan Kohberger. Wow. So what do you say? We don't know how this psychic came up with that, so let's just throw it all out. But in this case, it's way better than that. It's, in this case, she's arguing the way that they got the DNA by breaking the terms of service is, some really shady stuff that led to their client. They're just angry that it led to their client.
We have been through several motions to compel to try to
Or
get
her client.
information, and we've gotten very, very little information. The court should know that we learned today about policies and procedures of Othram, that we have not.
Well, I think it is pretty similar, Kelly. It's very similar. Very similar, because a psychic is completely out of nowhere, right? Like, oh my God, and it led to something, and you would sort of wonder, that's not really valid. A psychic, really? You know, you'd be arguing against it, but it led to something. In this case, it's just, you got to just look at it differently. It's a tip. So even if you paid an informant $1,000, you give an informant a ton of money and say, listen, tell us who this guy is, and they say, oh yeah, it's Bryan Kohberger. That doesn't mean it's Bryan Kohberger. It just means that's a name that you got, and the detectives and investigators have to go look into the person and figure out, does it make sense? And in this case, they were able to look at it. It made sense. They did, the genealogy is what led to the name. Then they had to look into him, and yes, wow, look at that. He was driving around in the area. He drives a white launcher. We see that moving around. This is enough to get an arrest warrant because it's dad's DNA's in the garbage can. They swabbed his cheek. Then they compared what was in his the DNA that in the swab from his cheek to the original sample from the knife sheath, and it was a perfect 1-to-1 match.
Been able to take a look at. Those have not been produced. In fact, we've been told
Thank
they don't
you,
exist.
K-Me.
We learned about investigative work that
Yep,
was
the circumstantial evidence
after
chain.
Othram had done the work that they could do
Building
and
on
before
each
the
other.
FBI took over, that we learned about for the first time this week. Not through the motion to compel process. This was a giant secret.
I heard about it a long time
When we
ago.
get to the FBI, we don't know who did the work. You heard that any of that
That
information
wasn't new information. We heard about that the FBI took over at one point months ago. Remember that?
is redacted. We don't know who did the work. It's a giant secret. We know that by the time the FBI gets involved, the profile, the text file, that's a snip to use to try to identify somebody is more than twice
Well, how would two individuals do it, Robin?
as big when it gets to the FBI from Othram. We don't know how. We don't have any notes. We don't know who did any of the work. We don't have any lab protocols. We don't have any quality assurances. It's not reliable.
You're not asserting that Mr. Kohberger's DNA sample was uploaded into any of those databases, that his was, like, for example, his own DNA was one that was matched from the crime scene.
No.
Not asking whether the crime scene DNA was uploaded, but whether he had, as a,
Right.
for example, customer of one of these companies, uploaded his DNA.
Well, Your Honor, I don't have the JED.com file. I don't have,
You're not asserting that fact, correct?
Your Honor, I'm not sure what the court
God, what? How come she's confused at stuff like this? It's so simple.
is asking me.
Well, it goes to whether or not
What they're asking is Bryan Kohberger's DNA, is it in one of those services? Did he upload his own DNA at some point in his life to GEDmatch, Ancestry DNA or Family Tree DNA, one of those places? Did he upload his own DNA there? It's really simple stuff, but she doesn't know this genealogy stuff at all. When we had Dr. Colleen Fitzpatrick on here, she was like, what is she talking about? I mean, it was pretty startling.
not your client has standing to complain about the searches of the databases because, as the state has posited, that wasn't his DNA that was searched. At best, it was his ancestors.
Well, Your Honor, I am not sure why we're here if the state hasn't alleged.
No, I do not think it's a mistake that they tore down the home. How many years do you let it sit there as a blight? Today they have Faro scans. They have, you can take thousands of photographs. The defense had a lot of time to go through there. It just doesn't bother me at all. I mean, what do you keep it up there for any appeals too? So 20 years from now, he finally gets a new trial, and then it needs to still be up there, and I don't know. I mean, we've been up for 13 months. I think that's a lot of time.
Alleged that Bryan Kohberger's DNA was on the knife
No,
sheet.
I'm not talking about the knife sheath DNA. I'm talking about what they tried to match it to.
Your Honor, I would answer it this way. The way that those databases work is looking for shared DNA. Those databases don't churn out a name and say this
I
is
have
your
a
suspect.
privacy interest against any of my relatives that might want to upload their DNA to one of those systems. I should be able to stop them from doing that because I share some DNA with them.
That is certainly not what I'm saying. What I am saying, Your Honor,
Oh, that's a
is
good point there.
if somebody takes your DNA and uploads it, I think you have a privacy interest in your own DNA.
But that's what he asked, and he didn't upload it, right?
Necessarily in, let's say my DNA is taken lawfully. What privacy interest do I have in the search of the DNA of others?
That's a loaded question.
Why is it a loaded question?
Yeah, it's
Isn't
not
it
a loaded
factual
question.
question?
Yeah, it's just
Well, it is, Judge, but
Loaded
you're
because you can't
assuming
answer it.
that the DNA was taken lawfully, and our position,
I agree that part is an assumption. In my hypothetical, I said my DNA that was taken lawfully. Why would I have standing to object to the search of other people's DNA simply because I might share some genetic information with them because they are distantly related to me?
well, Your Honor, our position is that this work was not done lawfully, that it was unlawful, that there needed to be a warrant, that this was done outside of a warrant. And I'm not asserting on behalf of anybody else in this, any relative, anybody who might have been named.
see, it doesn't sound like she knows what's going on here.
Named or not named. This is about an identification process. It needed to be a lawful process. It wasn't a lawful process. It was in violation of Mr. Kohberger's rights. I don't know how he cannot.
How was it
How was it in violation of his rights?
in violation
he's
of his
accused.
rights?
Oh, there he goes.
Excuse me?
How was it in violation of his rights?
Well, Your Honor, he's been in custody
You're
for
saying
2
that,
years.
I understand your position, which frankly is not well supported in the law, that if hypothetically here, he went to this crime scene, committed these murders, and left DNA on a piece of evidence,
Right.
that he now has the ability to object to that evidence being searched for identification purposes. There's no.
Well, here's the thing, though, Vinny. I'm not even sure his father could object either, because his DNA wasn't on one of these sites either. What all these people do is they find these, like a cousin, like sometimes it's a second cousin somewhere, and they start building out trees based off of different websites. You can go to newspapers.com or even look at obituaries, etc., and start building out a tree, right? And then the father's name might show up in the tree, but he wasn't even part of one of these websites. Because like you can go and find like Joe Smith, right? And then you find that they died, and then it says survived by his wife so-and-so, and then all of his children. Then you start loading those in, and you start filling it out. So, the father's DNA might not have been in there. His is just when they, when they collected the DNA, after they determined it was a Kohberger, after they collected the DNA out of the trash, they were able to get Kohberger's father's DNA. Well, the individual's DNA that they found in the trash was the biological father of the killer, which is either Kohberger or his sister. But it led to Kohberger's the only one that made sense, so that's how they were able to get that. But I don't know if his dad was actually in the database, or it was just part of the tree that they built out, and it led to Kohberger's, the Kohberger family. So I don't know, but yeah, he isn't. He's also not even part of the. He's not being charged with anything, etc. And a lot of times, family members will help. They'll actually come forward and give you their DNA. As a matter of fact, I bet you the sister would have been all over that. She seemed to be kind of, based on one of those documentaries we saw out there, she's a little bit suspicious of him. Right, yeah, the father was in the garbage, right. Yep. So the IGG led to the Kohberger family, and when they collected the DNA, all they could find was the father's DNA in the garbage can, and it turns out, you know, when they tested the DNA that was in the garbage, it was the biological father of whoever the killer was. And so, you know, that's how they did. They never found Kohberger's DNA, you know, Bryan Kohberger's DNA in the trash because he'd been separating it. I mean, how crazy is that, right? Like, that element itself kind of proved that he was doing that. They didn't find his DNA in that garbage, that he was separating it.
Case that suggests that concludes that. And it seems to me to be an extreme position to take in light of the case law, and I'm trying to understand how you get there.
Well, I think Your Honor is asking me about things that I
pretty much the
anticipated
moral of the
state
story,
would
isn't
argue, their abandonment theory, and I would remind the court that the Ross case said that abandonment
thanks,
is
Sandra.
a knowing intentional leaving of something, for one thing. For the other thing, I think that the court is asking me to take a position where it feels like burden shifting to me.
No, I'm trying to understand the legal argument and how this is different from example from latent fingerprints.
Well, Your Honor, I think that things like latent fingerprints and like CODIS, there's statutes about CODIS in Idaho, about what's allowed in CODIS. This is a different search. This isn't an STR search. That's what happens in CODIS. This is a different search.
So I'm going now to, I'm sorry,
Yeah,
the
that's a
constitutionality
terrible argument
of
here.
using the DNA that was allegedly on the knife sheath. And because I understand your argument.
Yeah, we need to give Vinny a
twofold.
membership.
One, your client complains that a search was done of databases of other people to determine whether or not any of them might be related to the person who left the DNA on the knife sheath. That's thing one. Thing two is an objection to the law enforcement searching the DNA by testing it and getting a profile from the knife sheath without a warrant. My question goes to that latter point.
Wow.
Understanding the basis for that, because
Yeah.
I can't find
Who do you
any
give the
case law
warrant
that
to?
would support that idea.
I mean, who do you give the warrant to test the knife sheath for DNA? It's just a knife sheath sitting there. You found some DNA on it, and you're just testing the DNA to get a profile. And you know, we already know that CODIS, you upload unknown DNA all the time to see if there's a match out there. Right? I mean, there's all kinds of unknown DNA profiles are uploaded to CODIS.
That somehow a warrant would be needed for DNA left at a crime scene.
Yeah, it's
Well,
ridiculous.
I think in our briefing, Your Honor, that we cited the court to some cases.
I did, I think, one concurring
Yeah,
opinion
geez.
in a case that held otherwise.
Your Honor, I was going to talk to the court about third-party data, and I was going to talk to the court about the Davis case that talked about something that the police lawfully had and a subsequent test, the Skinner case, when there's something that's lawfully held, but there's a subsequent test. So those are the things that I want to talk about.
Okay.
Our first point is it was an illegal search, and this is if
The search,
the
which
court's
search?
assumption.
Which search? It was illegal.
Well, first the snip at Othram, then the snip at the FBI, and then the trash.
Okay, why was the snip at Othram illegal? I mean, even in any stretch of the imagination, they just got the sequence and they tried and put it on 20, you know, on GEDmatch, etc., and they didn't make it work. So the FBI took it over.
So you're talking about the DNA testing of the material left allegedly on the knife sheath.
I'm talking about
Yeah,
the Idaho
see?
State Police Forensics Lab taking a piece of evidence given to them by Moscow Police Department, collected at the scene, developing a STR profile, uploading it into CODIS, and I think that's the King case that says that's fine. I know Idaho
Yeah.
has statutes on CODIS, uploading it there and producing nothing.
Oh, you want me to? I can if you guys. All right, there you go. I'll do it.
Gray Ranger
I make
says
other
we don't
people
get
mods,
someone
like-
using his name.
Let's see. Yeah, sometimes we have the fake ones. Let's see. All right, there you go. There you go. The honorary. Just, yeah, that makes sense. Like, sometimes people make me moderators on their channels because people fake my name. Although I have a check mark next to mine, so.
There are
Hey, type something in, Vinny. Let's see if you're blue.
no results there. I'm talking about the next set of moves that are super secret that happen when there's a portion of the DNA taken and it's searched by Othram to create a snip. And then when that
there it
doesn't
is. All
produce
right.
anything, the FBI says, okay, here we go. Let's search the snip ourselves. That's what I'm talking about. Those are the problems. As far as asserting family,
Specific DNA tests done of the sample that goes from legitimate to illegitimate?
yes, Your Honor, I think the Davis case is on point. If the court's theory that this is a lawful piece of evidence taken from the crime scene, the sheath,
Not my theory. I'm just trying to understand your position in light of the case law and in light of the state's arguments. I'm trying to find where the gristle is.
Yeah, then Zozo, isn't he? He's almost a little bit sort of like he wants to be condescending, but he's trying very hard to sound like he's trying to be, like he's listening and something, but he's just wants to just go, this is ridiculous.
This.
And he's trying to give her as many chances as possible to kind of come up with an argument, even trying to help her with like, okay, this is where you need to be going, and it's just not working.
I'm adopting the court's hypothesis for this purpose, that the knife sheath was taken.
Hey, thanks,
I'm
Sandra
adopting it
Dieterman.
only for that purpose, and I'm relying on the Davis case that says subsequent searches.
Chewbacca? Oh, I'll be Chewbacca if you want me to.
All right, by the way, if you don't know what
Don't
this...
sleep at night. I know. It's their job, but still.
Right. Yeah, I know what you're saying. Yeah, I don't know if they can sleep at night. But that Chewbacca sound that you just heard, right? I mean, that's the craziest story. We had a guy named Cairo that used to come here all the time. He's been busy doing some other kind of work. So he's at so picture this right here. He's at a hotel room, and he's going outside the hotel room to smoke a cigarette, so the door opens, and then right when he opens the door, a sex worker is sitting on a curb and says out loud, she goes, and then Cairo said, Chewbacca? And then she said, well, I'll be Chewbacca if you want me to be. So here it is, listen.
Chewbacca? Oh, I'll be Chewbacca if you want me to.
Isn't that awesome? She better be more dynamic in front of jury if she wants to keep him off the row. Yeah, I mean, what do you think about the possibility of it being a, like him pleading guilty before trial starts? What do you guys think? You think that's possible, Vinny? I think there's a shot. He looks like he's done over there. He's...
Need a warrant.
And remind me, Davis was the cell phone?
No, Davis was not the cell phone. Davis was blood, a sample with blood. The cell phone case is
Give me the
Carpenter.
site to that.
I'm sorry?
Can you give me the site to the Davis case?
Give me 2 seconds.
God, she's like, oh my God, he's I got him on the hook. I got him on the hook. He's reeling him in. Well, we gave him an honorary moderator because sometimes the fake people come in and pretend there's somebody.
And I apologize because my memory tends to be fact-based and not name-based, and so that's...
Well, I think he should, if he pleads guilty, yeah, he would do it to get the death penalty off the table. And he would just get life without parole. I think Kohberger He knows he's toast. I think his attorney knows he's toast. There's other information that the prosecutors have that none of us know about right now. Literally, in this case, it's not like the Delphi case where we thought something. This one has a ton of other stuff that Ann Taylor's never going to talk about, because then her own, the Kohberger's fans out there would be like, oh my God. And the prosecution doesn't bring it up because they're not supposed to, right? It's not like the defense team in the Delphi case who just would say everything that they're not supposed to say to gin up the fan base out there. They just did it again recently by bringing up stuff that was already deemed not to be trial worthy, and they brought it up again so that the Richard Allen fan club type will run around and and say, oh, it's unfair, he got screwed, etc. Wait, this is how crazy people are in the Delphi case. Listen to this. This is what somebody said. Listen.
We're all Richard Allen!
We're all Richard Allen, and this one. Don't forget this line. Here, listen to this one.
You pieces of shit got to the jury, didn't you?
Okay.
My liability.
All right.
It's
Yeah.
going to take me just a
It couldn't have
second.
just been the jury came up with that on their own, right? Somebody got to them. No, that was a wacko YouTuber.
I apologize. I wrote the name down, but not the site in my notes, but I know it's cited in our briefing. I can't remember what page.
I did make it a little high pitch on the.
It is
We're all Richard
690
Allen.
F 3rd 226.
Hey, look at that. 20 away from the goal, you guys. We're almost there. That's pretty amazing.
All right, and so those are the three areas that we believe that there should have been a search warrant, and there wasn't.
Gravel-voiced idiot.
There is an expectation of privacy in one's DNA
Yeah,
that
that's true,
society is
Carol.
willing to recognize.
I mean, he might think he... Here's the thing, is Kohberger, if he didn't have that DNA on the knife sheath, this would be a very tough case. I don't even know how they would have figured out who it was. Honestly, I don't know how they would have done it. He turned his phone off. It wasn't in the area. It did ping. There was a phone that pinged south. It would have been really, really tough. And he knows that because he planned it out. He planned it out that there'd be, like, a lot of people think that when you kill somebody with a knife, that it has to have blood all over the body, like the movie Carrie with Sissy Spacek, right? But that isn't true. Like, if he knows what he's doing, if he cuts people in certain, like, from behind, neck stuff, then the arterial spray goes out the other direction. He might not have had blood all over him, like everybody says, Like, if he got on top of somebody and then cut him from below, there should be some cast off and stuff like that, and on his hands there would be. But if he had gloves on, so picture if he had 2 plastic bags sitting outside of his car and a change of clothing, maybe a little off to the side, then he comes up immediately using his gloves, takes off all of his outer clothing, including his face mask, etc., with the gloves, put it into a bag. Then last thing he takes off are his gloves, puts them in the bag, and then puts that bag perhaps into another bag, and then maybe kind of maybe has something to wash his hands off a little bit with, and then puts that into a trunk or something, maybe even inside something else. Then he takes off, and it seems like at that point you don't have a ton of blood sitting in there, and then he spent weeks washing the car over and over and over again. And it wasn't like people said, oh, they checked the brakes and everything. I mean, I guess, he likely even took his shoes off, I mean, he probably switched into a different pair of shoes. And we also know that there's a 16-minute window of missing time. By the time that he left the house at 4:20 at a high rate of speed, 28 minutes later, his phone pinged by Blaine, Idaho. His phone should have pinged there at about 4:31. It only takes 11 minutes to drive to that spot. So where was he in those 16 minutes? Did he veer off a different direction and throw those items somewhere and bury them? We just don't know. But there is 16 minutes of missing time from the Blaine, Idaho ping.
And I think I'd talked to the court a little bit about the things that happened in this case that were super secret. I think we'd gotten to the point where we were talking, and this goes to recognizing an expectation of privacy when there's all of this secrecy surrounding it. We had gotten to the FBI where the SNP profile was twice as big as that from Othram. And then the FBI went into databases that violate the Department of Justice interim policy. You heard a lot about that Department of Justice interim.
Yeah, maybe he could even like put something over his seats and everything when he got in his car just for any random thing, and maybe even switch over to another pair of gloves to drive, and I mean, we just don't know. But Kohberger was a criminology doctorate student. He probably knows exactly. I mean, he obviously did everything really well. And what's interesting about the knife sheath is what we do here is that there's only one single source of DNA on there. Does that mean that there are sources of DNA on there that are mixtures, and those are very difficult, almost impossible to separate? But is it a mixture? But if not, let's say that knife sheath was squeaky clean. There wasn't anything on it, but there was just a little bit under a button. Doesn't that sort of show you that he meant to leave it there? That he cleaned that knife sheath off and he left it there as a calling card? Because why would you take the time to clean a knife sheath that you were going to take with you? It's the same thing in Jodi Arias. Why would you take the time to delete the images off the camera if you meant to take the camera with you, right? She didn't. She meant to put it in the wash and make it look like it was an accidental washing machine, and she deleted the images and thought it would destroy it in the wash. See, it's you got to think at stuff like that. Now, if it's true, maybe if there's mixtures of blood on there, they only mention a single source DNA, but if there's mixtures on there, then who knows? God, we got Tara back here again, the crazy person. Yeah, Jesus. Here we go. All right, let's keep going.
Interim policy, and that policy it's on page 6 of that particular exhibit that the court has. It says that they're not to go into databases that aren't allowed.
Mm-hmm.
And they did that. The court has that in another exhibit.
How's that a constitutional violation?
Your Honor,
right, there you go.
goes
See,
to...
that's the thing. They went into databases they're not allowed. So their issue, FBI's issue, would be with the DNA website. Like, hey, we're going to have to ban you from here because you screwed up. It has nothing to do with anybody's constitutional rights or anything. The rules on that website aren't constitutional. I mean, can you imagine how long our Constitution would actually be if every Tom, Dick, and Harry website that has rules on it got to add the amendment on there? That'd be amazing.
Privacy.
Suppress for contractual violations or even statutory violations.
I'm not suggesting that we do that. I'm suggesting that that's information that's pertinent to
Where did I hear what?
to this court in making a very important decision as to whether somebody's Fourth Amendment rights were
Right, terms of
violated, as
agreement
well
aren't
as
allowed.
Article 1, Section 17 of the Idaho Constitution. The purpose of offering that information is because there's a policy, so there's there's a recognized expectation of privacy in what's contained in a SNP. In a SNP at all, there has to be a warrant to search these types of things, and there wasn't. There would be no need to have
See, she's saying a right to policy in a SNP, but it's not his SNP. It's not Bryan Kohberger's. Well, it's not. It's an unknown SNP or whatever you want to refer to at the time, and it's just being uploaded to see whose it is. So, I mean, her logic here doesn't make sense. It's kind of like this circular logic that you can't break out of. It seems like she's stuck.
Policy if nobody cared about this. The court heard about the different IgG databases that changed their rules in terms of use after a different case used IgG to solve it because people don't expect to have their DNA searched.
That was the point of my question about whether or not Mr. Kohberger's DNA was in any of those databases. In other words, did he submit his DNA and said, I don't want law enforcement to look at it?
Hey,
Your Honor, I
thanks.
don't
Sandra
think that that's
Dieterman.
the way the question should be looked at. I think the
Thank you.
question should be looked at is in the way that we always look at warrantless searches.
It's got to be a standing.
Your Honor, we're here because the state has alleged that a single piece of evidence ties Mr. Kohberger to this case. They've alleged that there's a knife sheath that has DNA that they allege matches Bryan Kohberger. He's now been incarcerated for 2 years, facing capital murder. I'm not sure, unless we're shifting the burden to me, what else I can say.
Well, you have a burden of showing that the items ought to be suppressed.
This is a warrant.
He had to remind her, like, oh, this is why you're in front of me today. Okay, I need you. You're here to argue suppressing the DNA.
Warrantless search. There's no justification for this search.
How do the Kohbergers think she did a good job here? I just don't understand it. I'm not trying to be. I'm not being biased at all. I literally, if this was somebody that I was hoping was going to do well, I would be like, holy shit, this person, Kohberger's in trouble, you know?
Right. Assuming a warrant is required for this type of inquiry.
Well, Your Honor, we think it is. And we think it is based on case law, third-party doctrine case law. That's Carpenter. Thinking about cell phones, that's the Riley case. If you have a cell phone that gets taken at
Yeah, he's in
an
there.
arrest out of a car, a subsequent warrant to search the cell phone is required. So we think a warrant was required for these subsequent searches. And there was no warrant in this case. There's an expectation of privacy.
I struggle with, I struggle, to be frank, and where you're going to have to try to convince me, I guess, is I struggle with the idea that DNA left at a crime scene, that there's any expectation of privacy by someone who leaves DNA at a crime scene, that DNA can't be, as you say, searched
Right.
without a warrant
Yeah.
to establish identity.
Right.
Well, Your Honor, I don't think
That's
any of us
exactly
can
right.
go out of our houses without leaving DNA all over the place.
Not go to a crime scene.
Right, on a knife sheath.
The question of how something gets somewhere, that's the subject of the trial. I think the Carpenter case is really instructive for the court here, and that case was about, it was about third party with cell towers. And there was a concurring opinion in that case. I think that's instructive. We leave DNA everywhere. If you carry a cell phone and it uses the towers, there can be a trail of where you
Prints
went.
everywhere?
I'm sorry?
Don't we leave fingerprints everywhere?
We do leave fingerprints everywhere, but I would say, Your Honor, that
But what if
things
one was
like
left on a gun?
your movements, cell towers, the contents of your cell phone, those are really personal things. That's how you carry out your business.
Oh, so now we should throw out any cell tower movements that Kohberger had, right? Because it's private stuff. I mean, she almost seems like, she's like the quintessential defense attorney who doesn't want anything out there ever to possibly point to one of her clients. Man, that's amazing.
That's how you go. You drive your car to go to the doctor, your cell phone's hitting on those towers. DNA is even more personal than that. The tests are so different than they
man.
used to
Who
be
cares
now.
What?
It can pick up all kinds of information. It takes very little DNA. DNA lives on surfaces a lot longer than fingerprints live on surfaces. So without more, they're not much of an indication of anything. There's a warrant requirement to protect people from unreasonable searches. And that's what we're asserting here.
But it's not unreasonable. They didn't know whose DNA it was.
There's so much information.
So what she's saying is if you found semen inside of a victim that was assaulted, you can't test the DNA because it's against their rights to figure out whose DNA that was. So note to Rain, all of your rape kit backlog, of funds that you got to test these old kits, don't bother doing it, because we've got Ann Taylor here that'll tell you that it is against the constitutional rights of the perpetrator themselves.
Contained in your DNA, and you can't stop from shedding that when you go out of your house.
Absolutely
None of us can.
ridiculous. Man.
To be able to have that searched without a warrant could put anybody in jeopardy. There's no privacy left if that's going to be the standard. You put it in public so it can be searched. That can't be the standard. That would erode the Fourth Amendment. Our position is that
He didn't give
there
permission.
is an expectation of privacy that society is willing to accept. Our position is that there's case law that supports this. Maybe not exactly directly on point, but the court talked about one of the cases that we cited that's similar. It's out of Washington. In that case, it keyed on whether the database was a voluntary, law enforcement can search this or not. In this situation, that's not the case. You know from the exhibit you have and from the testimony that you heard that the FBI went into 2 databases that they weren't permitted to search. So if the court
Well, it
wants
wasn't
to
they
go-
weren't permitted to search. It's just that was the guidelines that they weren't supposed to search. If they weren't permitted to, that, you know, I don't know. I wonder if it'd be different if, like, they hacked into a code and then got into the database. You know, maybe that would be breaking a law at that point, and then there'd be an issue. But they didn't break a law. They merely uploaded DNA, and it's just not for law enforcement use. So they violated just the policy of the site.
clear to that extreme, and the court shouldn't. The court should look at the Fourth Amendment. The court should look at expectation of privacy. The court should look at the 3 places there was a warrant required and it wasn't given. But
I'm
if
kind of shocked that he hasn't ruled on this stuff yet.
the court wants to go all the way down to whether or not there was a database searched where the people consented to have their DNA searched, our case is different.
Did you really
The
say that?
FBI went into 2 other databases and searched those.
They probably used the backdoor method
There-
on GEDmatch, and then they did the, I'm just guessing, and then on, God, can't remember the name again. Then that website is, you upload your raw data and everybody's just there, but law enforcement can't do that. And they did it. I mean, not can't, the policy says that they are not allowed to do that, but you can do it. You just upload the DNA and it's there. You just don't say that you're law enforcement.
There was nothing else happening until that happened. And it's instructive, I think, and important for the court to think about how secretive this all was. We are months from
All right,
trial,
guys, 15 away from the goal. 15 away from the goal. Can we make it?
and we are learning things about how the government identified Bryan today in open court when we've asked for those things. There's a reason why there's so much secrecy. That's because there's a violation of privacy rights. That's why there's so much secrecy. Your Honor, this is an extremely important motion, and the court is going to decide whether we do have any expectation of privacy.
Yeah, they probably just created an account, John Smith, and uploaded. There's a company called Bioinformatics that is able to take a sequence and then put it into a file format that matches the raw data that you would download from 23andMe when you upload your own DNA. So it matches that, and you just upload it, and it appears that it's some random, like you're just a person. And you load it up, and there it is. And I think it was Ancestry DNA, Family Tree DNA, no, Ancestry.com. What's the name of that one that girl said, the lady said earlier? It's GEDmatch, Family Tree DNA, and the other one I never remember for some reason. Doesn't matter how many times I hear it or...
Privacy left or not.
My Heritage, there you
Yeah,
go. So
IGG.
My Heritage is the one that They use the backdoor method, not the backdoor method, the method where everybody on the site is using it like that. It's just not for law enforcement use. So they uploaded raw data to the site. They're one of the only ones. For example, 23andMe and Ancestry.com do not allow you to upload raw data to their site. They just don't allow you to. You can download your raw data and put it somewhere else, but they don't allow you to upload it there. However, MyHeritage is a relatively larger site that allows you to upload raw data to their site and have it integrate in. And so that's why that site's a big advantage. It has many more millions of people in it. Now, my idea is, I've told Dr. Colleen Fitzpatrick this many times, is I think that since all prisoners are already putting their DNA into CODIS, that every one of them should have to upload as well at the same time to GEDmatch, MyHeritage, and Family Tree DNA. They just upload the raw data on there, and the government, we pay for it. It'd probably a bulk deal you could do with the companies, and even the back criminals are in there, and you'd have millions of people in there and a much more diverse population all around the country, and that's for law enforcement use only. So that gets added to the other people. I mean, it would be incredible, and that's what they should be doing, and they should be doing that immediately.
Evidence in this case should absolutely be suppressed.
Yeah, if you
I
populate it
suspect
with
the
people,
state's gonna
right,
raise an issue
for
that you may
trees.
need to respond to, but I'll let you respond to that if they do raise that issue.
I'll be prepared, Your Honor. Thank you.
Yeah, those sites are free, but not the raw data file that you upload. That isn't
Thank you,
free.
Your Honor.
Why should I permit evidence obtained potentially by searching databases that by its own policies, law enforcement said they wouldn't search?
So a couple points on that.
Yeah, so he's asking the right
First,
question.
even assuming that that's all correct and that they violated the terms
Seems to be the evidence.
the terms of service, Your Honor, don't affect the Fourth Amendment. The terms of service, and certainly Mr. Kohberger does not have standing to raise a violation of the terms of service. And even if he did, the remedy for the terms of service is not a violation of the Fourth Amendment. As we argued in our brief, the individuals, and as came out in testimony today, the individuals who are utilizing these databases, and we're talking about millions of them, are willingly sharing their information with each other,
Right.
with millions of other people.
Isn't there a subset that says, but I don't want these people to look at it?
In some of the data,
The FBI, as I understand the evidence, then says, okay, we agree, we won't search those ones.
Right. I'll tell you what would have been really interesting if this was the case. Let's say Kohberger had his DNA on GEDmatch. And on GEDmatch, you actually can select for law enforcement use or not. Now imagine if he was on there and he said he doesn't want it used, and then the FBI went in there and used a backdoor method to be able to, and I think that is what the backdoor method is on GEDmatch, is it's sort of a backdoor thing that puts everybody into the system. And I think that would be a more interesting sort of, legal issue there, because that would be that he chose not to be in there, but you got to his name through a backdoor method. That would be sort of an interesting element. But that's not the way it is.
I'll address that part, but on the data,
I don't think it would violate it, because it's still just I think it would just be a closer question, but I don't think it would violate it because it's on, it's just the terms of service on that website.
database piece, The
That's
issue
closer,
is that
it's closer for
no,
sure.
no one sharing this information with millions of other people could have a reasonable expectation of privacy. The test for that isn't, do they have a reasonable expectation of privacy against law enforcement? It's against the public writ large. So, for example, we cited in our brief 3 different cases where Idaho's appellate courts have found people have given up a reasonable expectation of privacy in information that was shared with a single company. And it was shared with that company just so they could get the service from that company. Here, we're talking about people sharing it not just with the company, but with millions of other people, because sharing it is the purpose of providing it to the database. So regardless of what the FBI did or didn't do in terms of violating the terms of service, no one has a reasonable expectation.
Is it different if they share it with the company and it's obtained by lawful process from that company versus going in the back window and
Less of
taking
a
it?
headache, but
No,
Not
Your Honor,
different.
because right
It's not
now what
different.
we're asking is not reasonableness of the search. Right now what we're asking is there even a reasonable expectation of privacy? And so the fact that no one has a reasonable expectation of privacy in those databases means that even if the FBI violated those terms of service, no one has a Fourth Amendment right to complain, and certainly Mr. Kohberger doesn't. He has not asserted factually or through evidence that he was a customer to one of these
yeah,
databases.
boom. I mean, that's it right
And
there,
maybe
right?
that changes the case if he were.
Right, see, I think that's a huge thing. That's why I was saying that earlier. If he was a customer there, it might have made a bigger difference. But he's not. So you're not violating his rights at all. You know, it's like, if anything, you're violating somebody else's rights out there that you got the DNA from, but it has nothing to do with Kohberger's rights. They're just angry that the DNA led back to their client, and they're trying to figure out a way to get it reversed.
But he's not. He's not even claiming that. He's not even asserting it. Now, I do want to address the second part of the court's question
That's
about
all that matters,
the FBI
right
has
there.
indicated that they wouldn't do this. I believe that's a reference to the policy we've been discussing, the interim policy by the DOJ. I certainly do not speak for the Department of Justice. I do not work for the FBI. I'm speaking for the state of Idaho, but I can read a document, and if you look at the policy in footnote 1, it clearly says, this interim policy does not impose any legal limitations on otherwise lawful investigative or prosecutorial activities or techniques utilized by the Department of Justice, or limit the prerogatives, choices, or decisions available to or made by the department in its discretion. In other words, their first problem is they're relying on a policy at all. The U.S. Supreme Court has said policies do not equal Fourth Amendment violations. Their second problem is it's a circular argument. The policy doesn't say you cannot do any of these things. It's saying best case scenario, you're not going to do these things.
Well, if you were interpreting this as a matter of contract, wouldn't you have a problem? In the sense
It's the
that
contract, but it's not
one says, "Don't do this,"
constitutional.
And on the other hand, you've got a more general sort of catch-all that says, but we're not really meaning anything we say.
No, I don't think there's a problem interpreting that at all. I think the problem is they are putting way too much weight on this policy as if it's somehow the law. And it's not. It's indicating, and we heard testimony today about best practices and what those mean. This is indicating best practices, but very clearly stating we are not limiting the Department of Justice to have to follow what's in this document as long as it's not limited by the law. And they're trying to use a violation of this policy or an alleged violation of this policy to say that they violated the law. It's circular reasoning. But despite all of that, the U.S. Supreme Court has said a policy violation isn't sufficient. Even the Department of Justice, as powerful as they are, they don't get to rewrite the Fourth Amendment by changing this policy. Now, I do want to address, the defense is they're trying to pick and choose what they believe the searches are throughout this chain, and what they're leaving out repeatedly is where this DNA started. Where did the chain start? Well, it started at a quadruple homicide, at a crime scene. There is no case law anywhere that the state could find, and the defense has not cited any to suggest that there is a reasonable expectation of privacy in DNA found at a crime scene. And I want to talk about the Davis case, Your Honor, because it actually cuts against the defense. Davis is the case where it was a very unique set of facts. There was an investigation into a shooting. An officer went to the hospital, and when he went into the victim's room,
All right, guys, check it out. We are only 15 short of reaching the new normal low goal that we have set. So if anybody's out there and you want to help support the channel basically relies on you guys during the shows. We got another, I don't know, 20-something minutes here. So if you have the ability to, that'd be great. Thank you. Maybe even a coffee out there.
He saw a bag of clothing. He seized that clothing under the plain view exception to the warrant requirement. So the clothing wasn't abandoned. This was an exception to the warrant requirement. Later on, this individual who was a victim now becomes a suspect, and they have this DNA and they test it. And the Fourth Circuit said, no, you can't do that. You can't take it because he's a victim and then later use it against him as a suspect. That is nothing at all like what we have here. And in fact, if this court looks at the district court opinion that was affirmed by the Fourth Circuit, it expressly states nothing about this holding is indicating that the government needs to get a search warrant for crime scene DNA. That does not support their position. The Achilles heel in their entire chain argument here is that there is no case anywhere that suggests that a DNA analysis restores a reasonable expectation of privacy. So in the Davis case, no one lost their reasonable expectation of privacy. It was seized pursuant to the plain view doctrine. The other case that they're relying on is that recent Supreme Court decision from Arizona. They attached it to their reply. That case is similar to Davis in that the DNA was collected from someone who consented to it under a statutory framework because they had to provide 2 vials of blood so it could be tested for alcohol and drugs. Again, that case would have come out differently had the 2 vials of blood been found at a quadruple homicide. That is a pretty big factor in deciding whether or not someone has a reasonable expectation of privacy. In Idaho, while this specific issue has not been addressed by the appellate courts have told us what to look for when you're talking about a reasonable expectation of privacy. And it's things like ownership, possession, control, ability to regulate access. Mr. Kohberger had none of those things with respect to the DNA on the knife sheath. We are talking about not just a crime scene, not just a murder scene. We're talking about a murder scene in a house to which he has asserted no connection whatsoever. 4 victims to which he has asserted no connection whatsoever. We're not just talking about his DNA happened to be found in, a dresser drawer or something. It was found on a knife sheath where 4 people were killed by a knife. This is as crime scene as it gets. And that's where the DNA was found, and they can't cite any case law whatsoever. And so they try and just ignore that and skip over it and say, well, let's just talk about the DNA.
Yeah, so what Zozo just typed in there. So if you're not familiar with this channel, when I do my shows on a nightly basis, the freaks help support the channel. I also have my ad revenue, etc. And it allows me to keep doing the shows. But at the same time, let's see, this one right here, not that one, I think it's this one. Yeah, if you look right here, in January 2020, that's when we started doing this, but in 2020, the channel donated $22,000. Then in 2021, the channel donated $42,500. Then 2022, $62,250. Then 57 in 2023, 49. So now it's kind of going down with like inflation and stuff. And so far this year, we've only done 1,500, which is 1,500 more than almost the entire true crime community combined, anyways. So we've got that, and it's at $230,000. So, we're almost at a quarter of a million at some point. So when I do these shows, I'm hoping that people support the channel so that we can continue to keep doing that as well as supporting my channel to allow me to keep doing this, all right? So, I'm just trying to reach the goal tonight. We're now 13 short, even though the goal is way less than what we would normally used to do all the time. So it's a lot more difficult now.
The DNA analysis. The other problem they have, as this court questions indicated, is the analysis that was done in this case, as we heard the evidence today, is not something that revealed...
Oh, and something that if you're a channel member, go check out our channel members' videos. We just gave out... One of the things that we do here is we give out scholarships to students in the criminal justice world, so we gave $6,000 out last year, 2 $3,000 scholarships. We just gave out 3 scholarships for this year at $2,000 apiece. And so that's $12,000 that we've given out. It's called the Fallen Freaks Scholarship Fund for, it's in honor of any of the freaks that have passed away over the years, and allows us to really give back to the community, as well as we've also given I think it's right around like $96,000 to $100,000. I don't remember what the number is, to Identifiers International, which identifies Jane and John Does. And we've also given Texas Equisearch over $20,000. We've given RAIN over $20,000. We've given MCMEC over $20,000 over the years. We've given Wounded Warriors money. We've given Black and Missing money. We've given missing indigenous people charities money. We've done a lot of great stuff here, and I hope that when you're considering supporting a channel, at least it's somebody like mine. And yes, I know it's like on a nightly basis, it gets sort of frustrating, but I try to use the bulk aspect of it to be able to support the channel and then also give away a lot. All right, so my channel's giving away $230,000, and I guarantee you that if you took every single other true crime channel and went over the last 5 years, that they haven't even given a tenth of that. All right, so this channel's made a huge difference out there, and they even email me sometimes saying, thank you, without you, blah, stuff like that. So anyways, that's it. If that doesn't get the juices flowing to help support the channel, I don't know what else could. That's just the reality.
A bunch of private medical information.
Thanks, Naomi. And
in
Sandra
fact,
Peterman,
the defense's own expert, who is engaged in the same kinds of conduct as Othram in terms of developing these SNP profiles, said he had successfully developed.
Well, you might know a few that do, but it's probably a couple hundred here and a couple hundred there. I'm talking, a lot of times we do $6,000 months where we're giving out
SNP profiles, and never once learned medical information about any of those individuals. He testified that he has never even heard of a forensic investigative genetic genealogy case that was solved using medical information. And in fact, and I wrote this down, when I asked him what he would need to do to learn medical information from those SNPs, he said, quote, "It would be a lot of research." So the defense is positing this question of, they're saying the court needs to ask itself, what could law enforcement do with the DNA? And then decide whether or not there's a violation of the Fourth Amendment.
Okay,
but
Kelly,
that's not what the U.S. Supreme Court says. In Maryland,
and I want to let you know, if you don't have the funds and you don't have the ability to, I don't want you sending anything. Take care of yourself first, and if you want to donate to charities on your own, that's great also. On my channel, if people are supporting the channel, I use my ad revenue and all those different things combined together, and there's a certain amount where I'm not going to be able to donate if we bring in, it used to be, I used to try to give away 33% of the entire gross income. That means I haven't even paid taxes yet, which is pretty crazy if you think about it.
V. King, they were very clear when it comes to DNA, because the defense there was asserting the same argument. We have DNA can reveal a bunch of private medical information, and the U.S. Supreme Court said, quote, "Even if non-coding alleles could provide some information, they are not in fact tested for that end." So the question under the Fourth Amendment is not what could law enforcement possibly do with this. The question is, what did they do? And in this case, there is no evidence whatsoever that they did anything to find out medical information about Mr. Kohberger. It was all related to ancestry and identity. And as the U.S. Supreme Court said in King, there is no greater privacy interest in DNA than in fingerprints, so long as law enforcement is limiting its activities to identification. And that's what we have in this case, is identification. Now, the other problem that Mr. Kohberger has here is, in my view at least, he's been a little bit wishy-washy on the DNA on the knife sheath itself. You don't get to claim Fourth Amendment standing and then just say, well, that may be my DNA, but I have no idea how it got there. Again, the Idaho Court of Appeals has held in a couple different cases that
Hey, thanks, Ozzy Trisha. You did it. All right, you in combination with everybody else. Thank you.
If someone, for example, in one of the cases, denied the existence of a bag that had been thrown out of the window, and the court said, well, you can't have a reasonable expectation of privacy in a bag that you deny exists. This is a very similar thing. We have a defendant who is trying to get the best of both worlds. He's trying to say, well, it's not my DNA and the state can't prove that, but he's also trying to say that he has Fourth Amendment standing. And that is not how the Fourth Amendment works. Your Honor, I also wanted to respond to an argument that was made in the reply brief, since I didn't get a chance to do it in the briefing. And this has to do with the trash pull in Pennsylvania.
Thanks, everybody.
And I'll just start by saying that the defense has offered no evidence whatsoever that would take the trash pull in this case outside of the Idaho Supreme Court's decisions in Donato and Paluzzi. Paluzzi is very recent, came out in the middle of the briefing, in fact, and rejected the exact arguments that were being pressed by the defense here. Obviously, this court is bound by that reasoning. When the state pointed that out in their response brief, in the reply, the defense made an assertion that this case is different because the documents the state has provided are not clear on where the garbage cans were located, and that maybe the officers went up onto the driveway instead of collecting them from the street.
Trash company collected it.
Correct. I'm sorry, Your Honor, I misspoke. The trash company collected them on behalf of the officers.
They just did the regular pickup, I thought. And
Correct.
pulled over after they got out of the neighborhood and said, here's what we grabbed.
Well, I do believe it was prearranged with the FBI for them to do that. But my point is just, I do think it's telling
It's like the judge knows more of the facts.
that they didn't provide.
Doesn't anybody just realize that I think one of the biggest mistakes that Ann Taylor did was trying to change venue. They almost sort of did it to sort of say, look at all the things that we're trying to change the venue. He can't get a fair trial here, when they had Judge, a guy that looked like he was going to cave in at any minute to something that she said. Now they've got a judge that actually thinks clearly and knows the case, and they actually say, hey, well, I think Ann Taylor's wondering, man, we should have stayed with Judge. That was a lot easier. Now look at this.
Provide the court with these documents that they believe are not clear. And I looked them up to make sure that they were. And in fact, there is an FBI report that was disclosed in discovery that details that the garbage cans were at the end of the driveway, at the end of the property. And at the end, it says,
by the way, what job would a guy with the last name of Judge, would he possibly do other than that?
see video. And there was a video disclosed in discovery where you can see the officer's body cam as he drives by the house shortly before they look in the garbage cans. And they're in the exact place you would expect garbage cans to be when they're out for collection. So they, of course, have the burden of establishing a search. They haven't presented any evidence to that. It's not sufficient for them to stand up here and say, well, it's just not clear. Which brings me to my final point, and that is, Ms. Taylor continues to say there was a lot of secretive stuff happening in this case. That is not sufficient to satisfy their burden that there was a search, that someone had a reasonable expectation of privacy. When you have the burden, you have to present evidence. You don't get to just stand up and say, well, it was very secretive. I will note in this case, as the court may be familiar with it, as it's probably read back through the record, the defense in this case has gotten a lot more information than many defendants in other states who have, where there's been an IGG investigation, because the majority of courts have found this isn't really relevant information. It's just a tip. Now, it is what it is in this case, and we, of course, complied with all the court's orders and provided the information, but there's not a lot of information, not because it's secretive, but because it's just not our case. It's not what we're focused on. It's not the evidence we plan on using at trial. And yes, IGG was used in this case. And yes, it did point to the defendant. But the fact that that happened doesn't mean that there was a violation of the Fourth Amendment. Unless the court has any questions.
Oh, here's a good one. The judge does say.
FBI in fact violated the Fourth Amendment rights of Mr. Kohberger, you would agree the state is burdened by that?
That's a great way of putting it, Your Honor. Yes, the state would be burdened by that. Yes.
Yeah, that's what he's saying. That his Fourth Amendment rights were not violated. Hey, thanks, Laura and Kevin Callahan. Here she's coming up for another 5 minutes of torture.
I'll start backwards. I will answer the court's question that the court posed to Mr. Nye. The state is burdened by what the FBI did here. Every action the FBI took in here, all of the secret actions that they took, show you that there is an expectation of privacy that society is willing to accept. They didn't want anybody to know what they're doing. It is interesting to hear that discovery requests and motions to compel and orders have been complied with when I've learned at least 3 new things in the course of preparing for this hearing and being at this hearing so far today. That's a surprise to me. So I wanted to say that, and I want to go back to the trash pool. And I want you to know, when you consider this, that that particular area had an ordinance that trash had.
Supreme Court reject that argument very recently.
Your Honor, they might have, but that ordinance isn't all. I was starting with the ordinance, that it has to be collected by a trash collector, that a certain trash collector, and that you have to put your trash out too. In that circumstance, the FBI worked with the trash collector and had them go just to get that trash and then take that trash somewhere else too. And those are some extra actions that the FBI took in this particular case that changed them.
How does that change the analysis?
Well, Your Honor, I think that it changes
The
the
expectation of privacy is lost when you put it in the trash can.
Yeah, it's just such a terrible argument
Per
here.
the Supreme Court's opinion, even if it's a well-regulated neighborhood by ordinance
Yeah.
that says when and where you have to put your trash.
Well, Your Honor, I think that there is an expectation of privacy when you have to comply, you have to put your trash out in that particular manner.
Not the case. Unless you're saying the Supreme Court was wrong, the Idaho Supreme Court was wrong, and you're reserving that for a later higher appellate court, that's fine.
Your Honor, I may not always agree with the Idaho Supreme Court on everything.
But I have to follow what they say.
But I have to make a record when I don't agree.
I appreciate that. I'm just trying to make sure we're talking about the same thing.
And I have to distinguish the case as best I can as well. And I think it is different when you have the FBI telling the trash man what to do. So, I'll move on to something else. I want to talk about
He's going to pick it up anyway.
now where Mr. Nice started, that Department of Justice interim policy, and he read you the first footnote. And I would just direct the court to pages 6 and 7 in that.
I mean, it was sort of interesting because that last comment that she made about the FBI directing the trash collectors what to do, the judge didn't just kind of go, yeah. He kind of thought about it. Watch.
The case as best I can as well.
Watch, right?
And I think it is different when you have the FBI telling the trash man what to do.
He's actually,
I'll move on
he made a
to
face,
something
but he's
else.
thinking
I want
about
to talk about
a little bit, like,
now
what does
where
that mean?
Mr. Nice started, that Department of Justice interim policy, and he read you the first footnote, and I would just direct the court to pages 6 and 7 in that, and that is that the FBI is not to search databases that they're not allowed to, in this case, the 2 of the 4 that they did. And the next page talks about the things that have to be kept in case there's a prosecution case. The prosecutor talked to you about, well, this is a tip. This is just a tip. It's like an informant. And it's thought of in this Department of Justice policy as more if they're told to keep things in case there's a prosecution case. And so that should be considered when you're considering the entire picture that we have here in light of the amount of secrecy.
See, the thing is why does the FBI need to keep the work product of an investigative lead IGG when it turns out that the tip led to the Kohbergers, and then it turned out that they did a swab of Bryan Kohberger and it matched the DNA on the knife sheath. Why does the work product matter? What are you going to do? Okay, oh wait, okay, they got this other person's name here, and oh wow, they should. Who cares? The tip led to Bryan Kohberger, and his DNA matched the DNA on the knife sheath. That's it.
That happened here. That takes it out of being a tip. It takes it out of being a lead in the case. I would remind the court, I'm sure the court knows pretty well when we're talking about confidential informants and that type of law, you have to have some reliability. And there should be a big question here about how reliable this is, how reliable whatever it was the FBI did to develop this profile with the rest of the secret things that they did in this case and their willingness to violate their own policy. Certainly not suggesting that this court create a new Fourth Amendment right based on violation of Department of Justice policy, but I'm saying you should look at that and consider that when you're thinking about what the FBI did here and how credible this informant was, how credible this lead was in this particular case. That's fair for you to consider, just like you would in any other confidential informant type of case. I would like to distinguish what we have here with our subsequent search. I talked a lot about that before. I won't go too far on that. This is a second search and a third search if we're just focusing on the two SNP files.
Wait, we have ice storm warnings up here where I live?
These are extra searches
In Portland?
that happen after the initial search is done and the STR profile's developed and it goes into the CODIS database. This is completely different and a SNP is different. You heard a lot of testimony about how this is sort of new and evolving technology and the standards that apply are catching up and there's best practices. You heard a lot about that today. So I don't think we can just say, well, if CODIS is fine, this is fine. It's not the same at all. There is a ton of information. It's your whole genome that gets profiled. Maybe the SNP that uploads into MyHeritage, which it shouldn't have, maybe that SNP doesn't tell you certain things about a health profile, but the potentiality is there in the SNP profile.
Yes, it's just such a weak
For
argument.
$12, you can upload
Who cares?
that
It has
profile
nothing to do with
and find
the-
out all kinds
what's
of
going on
personal
here.
health information. It's the potentiality of that, and that's the Carpenter case that talked about the potentiality of that. People have an absolute
When,
privacy
Laura?
interest in their health matters. Idaho has a couple of different
No,
laws
that's
on
the
the books. It
prosecution
has the
back
family
there.
DNA law on the books. And think about HIPAA. I mean, that we all have to sign those forms every time we go to the doctor if we want anything released to our surgeon. Health matters are important. If you can upload one of these profiles for $12 and find out all kinds of information, how is that not a Fourth Amendment issue? That's what that SNP profile can do, and that was done twice without a warrant in this case, and there should have been a warrant. It violates Fourth Amendment rights, Article 1, Section 17 rights, and this must be suppressed.
Thank you. All right, the matter will be taken under advisement. Let's proceed with the Frank's argument on the IGG and the...
Okay, so that we already watched that other part first. All right, you guys, that's going to do it. Hope you found it interesting tonight. You know, it's always, I think Ann Taylor is just really struggling. I thought every argument she made was poor. There wasn't any one that you went, wow, okay, they're really onto something. You know what I mean? There wasn't anything out of that whole thing. We watched this live when it happened, and I think even with Dr. Colleen Fitzpatrick, one of the portions, but when you watch that, it's just, wow, you know. Anyways, thanks to Only Chevys, Richard Watts, Amber Maiden, gifted a membership along with, that was Only Chevys. Then we had Michelle Perkins, Timothy Cecil, Linda Howell, B. Stride, Do It Yourself, Candalee Woodward Stone, 41 months, K. Me, DW Dog, Jessica Miller, Grandmother 14, then K. Me, Ozzy Trisha, then Ozzy Trisha, 37 months, then Penny Robinson, then Ozzy Trisha again, and then Tumbleweed, then Ozzy Trisha gifted a membership. Then we had Vinnie Politan came in there and gave a cat eye. Actually, it was more of a dancing avocado. Then we had Me and Sandra Dieterman gifted a membership. We also made Vinnie Politan a honorary moderator. I doubt I'll be here deleting people and stuff like that. You know, Straight Drop's an honorary moderator. At least he was a long time ago. Ozzy Trisha, Sandra Dieterman, Alicia Nelson, Lisa Nelson, and then Naomi, Sandra Dieterman, Ozzy Trisha again, then Laura and Kevin Callahan. Then over here we had a Cash App from Christina, then Sandy on a Buy Me a Coffee, then Paulette on Buy Me a Coffee, then Cam Hart, she got me a few coffees there, and then also Lisa Valenzuela with a Buy Me a Coffee. All right, well, thank you guys for your generosity in reaching the goal, you know, etc. Pretty cool. And, hey, look at that, Slanky Tor. I was wondering where you were. It's good to see you again. I sent you an email the other day. I was like, man, where's our buddy Lanky Tor? Look at that, 61 months, everybody. I mean, that is, what is that? 5 years and a month. That's right up there at the top. Lanky Tor. Well, it's good to see you anyways. I hope everything's okay with you. I sent you an email. Did you ever get that? Yeah, that was a long show tonight. Long show, but all right, thanks everybody. We'll see you guys later. And as I always say, until next time, be safe out there. Maybe tomorrow we'll have to do our flyby.
I've been doing this true crime thing for quite a while now. And during this whole time, I have not seen one person that is a crime dissector. Rejector, I'm a certified human lie detector. Gonna get ya on a stretcher if you try and play me like an old projector. Crime sector, my nectar, is gonna give another lecture. Crime collector, freak connector, and I'm always gonna be a pup protector. Fool deflector, interceptor, and I'm gonna stop with a vector on his vector with all respect. Just remember, I have a type of fucking check. I have no agenda, I'm a tender, I'll send it to you straight out of a bundle. And in the end, I'm gonna send you on a mission to reveal the true offender. Yeah, so I'll just get right.
All right, everybody, thank you for being here, and be safe out there. Make sure to watch that video I made earlier, too.